Gamers, gamers, gamers. Sorry. That music is loud as fuck. Yeah, so I'm not a big, watch new game trailers type person, but apparently at State of Play, which is a PlayStation specific event, they actually dropped a new Silent Hill 2 remake trailer, so we gotta watch it. I can't just not watch it. That's my brand, dude. My brand is Silent Hill. How am I supposed to skip this? Hello. So let me get this shit pulled up. I come to you with a fresh cut. Just got it done a few hours ago, so we're chilling. We have another exciting guest planned for the podcast tonight, so I'm excited about that. Let's pull this bitch up and watch it. Now, the title is kind of weird. Official Combat Reveal Trailer. Which is kind of bizarre. I like how it says likely mature as well. We should do the whole YouTube clickbait of 17 things that you missed in the new Silent Hill 2 remake trailer. And just point out like every fucking pixel of the game. All right. Let's see what we got going here. Yeah, so I saw that a lot of people were roasting the graphics. Like, they were just in general saying, like, the graphics are awful. Somebody was even saying it looked more like PS3 graphics. So, just turning the overall volume down a little bit. Oh, okay. Hold on. There is actually... Okay, so this is the room before you go into the clock tower, where you see James. And then there's the butterfly room. There's him putting the juice down the garbage chute. And there's the gun safe. Oh, there's the person that Eddie kills in the fridge. The 2 apartments, the clock room. Wow, a lot of stuff already. Woodside Apartments, cool. Very little fog. Like, they definitely need to add more fog. Oh, the 3 bright coins and 5 holes B puzzle. It was actually all written out right there. Yeah, 3 bright coins and 5 holes B. I think that's the normal difficulty puzzle. Yeah, Sick Boy, I saw that, like, that was the primary... I basically just skimmed over it and read some comments earlier, but I wanted to wait to actually watch the whole trailer until I started the stream tonight. I mean, it definitely doesn't look like next gen. I mean, it doesn't even look like what I would expect a standard PS5 game to look like. But, you know, this could be really early footage. We don't know. Wow, those line figures look really bad. And then Origin style QTE. Oh, that's really cringy, actually. Did they really put reap what you sow on the wall? Yeah, I hope they don't go for this thing where they put even more messages from the town all over the game. Like, the original game had the exact right amount of, you know, that building throughout the game. I really hope they don't just plaster this stuff everywhere. Oh, the QTE mashing, though. See, this just looks like a Resident Evil remake. That was hunting rifle, the steel pipe. You know what? I expected it to look worse. I really did. I expected it to look way worse from what people were saying, but it definitely doesn't. I mean, this is just a trailer, but it doesn't like wow me. It definitely, I see what people are saying where it looks like a fan game in a lot of ways. It looks like this is one of those Unreal Engine like fan demos. That's what it strikes me more of than something official. Like, look at how little fog there is here. There needs to be way more. You should barely even be able to see to like right here. So if I had one actual critique about this, not that the development team will ever see this or give a shit, it's just that, dude, add more fog. Don't release the game like this. But the environments and stuff look okay. I mean, that is really blurry. So I think it probably is in Unreal Engine, which, if you guys don't know, the way Unreal Engine works is it loads in low resolution textures first, and then it loads the high res ones in later. So a lot of times, if it's a game that's early in development, sometimes as they run these demos, it'll only show the low res textures and the high res ones haven't popped in yet. Now you would think they would consider that when putting a trailer out for State of Play, but you'd be surprised. Sometimes they don't. Yeah, see, like, this is really jank. I hope that this is early footage. Like, this is really jank. These animations are kind of weird. God, the QTE mashing, dude. Come on. There's obviously a lot of different variations of the nurses and the double leg enemies. Like, I've seen some of them that are bruised, and some of the nurses look pretty different, which is cool. A little bit more variety there. Yeah, see, that one looks really bruised. That leg, and surprised no release date. It doesn't really surprise me. I think that they're really going to take their time with this one. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see this game until like very, very late 2024, or maybe even like Q1 2025 at the earliest. I feel like there's some delays in store for this. Because this is one that Bloober can't afford to fuck up. That looks like the hospital rooftop is what that's going to be. You know, everybody knows me. Everybody knows me as like this super cynical Silent Hill fan. This time around, I don't want to be that way. You know what? I'll play devil's advocate here and I will admit that I'm still excited. I want to play this game. I'm going to be playing it day one. I don't really care at this point in time how bad or how good it is on release. Because look, I want at some point down the line a Silent Hill 1 or a Silent Hill 4 remake, and the only path to getting there is to buy this game. We already know what Konami's going to do. If it doesn't sell well, if it's not considered very good, they're going to fold their arms and say, well, You guys said you wanted more Silent Hill, but you didn't support the Silent Hill 2 remake, so no more Silent Hill for you. You know that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna put the blame on fans if it doesn't do well. They're gonna take no responsibility. Bloober's gonna take no responsibility. It's gonna be our fault if it doesn't sell well. So, you know, I hate saying this because I sound like one of those sheep that just buys a product because it has a certain brand on it, but I almost have to, because if I want to see any more Silent Hill remakes in the future, we have to support this one. This is the card that this is the hand that we were dealt, and we got to play it. Plus, this is just too interesting for me to pass up. I really do want to give this a shot, you know? It's too interesting for me to pass up. Yeah, Silent Hill F is still on the way. We still got Townfall. There are exciting things coming. So I'm not going to be cynical. I am going to make a video about this trailer, but I'm not going to be cynical. And I'm not going to sit here with my arms folded and say pass, you know, like I probably would have done in the past. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. But, you know, look, I said this in my Discord. Look, if it's bad, we can laugh at it. And we can have a good time playing yet another mediocre or bad Silent Hill game. And it'll be just as much content that we can have fun with and make fun of as a community. But if it's really good, hey, I'll be pleasantly surprised, and it gives me another way to play one of my top 2, if not top 3 favorite games ever. And hey, according to the internet, because we know they're very trustworthy, according to the internet and various polls, Silent Hill 2 is the greatest horror game ever made. IGN did a poll, GameSpot did a poll, it won both. Those are 2 pretty big communities. So, you know, I may not think that it's the best Silent Hill game, but a lot of people out there think that it's the best horror game ever made. And I can't blame them for thinking that. It's really fucking good. There's only nitpicking in Silent Hill 2, and it's very, you know, non-essential shit. Like, oh yeah, the combat's a little bit clunky. It was designed that way. Now, there is a little bit of misinformation though, because a lot of people are like, oh, the combat is shitty because the characters are just everyday normal people. That's not really true, because in Resident Evil, even in the remake, like the GameCube remake of the first game, they can't strafe. Those characters can't even strafe. So Silent Hill characters are better fighters because they have more movement options. Like Heather in Silent Hill 3 can block. I don't remember there being a block move in Resident Evil ever. Outside of Resident Evil 7 and Village, has there been a block move? So, you know, I don't fully buy into that, but yeah, I think part of it in Silent Hill 2 is that you're not supposed to feel like, you know, you have a fucking massive arsenal of weaponry on you. But, you know, you can have a big arsenal of weapons and a horror game can still work. Because like Twin Perfect said, yes, in Dead Space and Resident Evil, you have like pistols, shotguns, grenade launchers, acid launchers and shit. Sure, you got a lot of powerful weapons, but you only ever have like 1 or 2 bullets for them. And you're constantly like, you know, trying to conserve ammo and keeping your last couple bullets in your guns, you know. Ammo is not all over the place in those games. That's the point. Oh yeah, you're right. RE6 probably does. Well, Resident Evil 3 did have the dodge. Like, it doesn't work very well, and it's really jank the way they implemented it, but you do have like a dodge move in the original RE3, so, you know, so in that area, 1999, 2000, I guess, Resident Evil was giving some more advanced combat mechanics, but, you know, for the most part in the PS3 trilogy, they were actually worse fighters than like Harry Mason, James Sunderland, Heather Mason, you know. They were actually worse fighters. But no, I'm excited. I can't lie. When I look at that trailer, I think it feels like how the Star Wars Connect people felt. And I know that's a very weird comparison, but there were some people with the Star Wars Connect game that were like, you know what? It's so shit, but for a brief flash of a moment, I felt like, wow, this is what I always wished I could have had as a kid. you know, like moving around and a lightsaber moves on screen or pretending to swing a lightsaber. Like it almost feels like everything I've always wanted. And that kind, you know, it's a little bit dramatic to say that, but for me, it's like I've always wanted an official modern remake of some of these games just to give me a new way to play them. And look, if it's not the greatest game of all time, I don't think it's going to be. I'm not going to sit here and be delusional and say, yes, this will be game of the year. It will not. Are they most likely going to make changes that I don't like? Abso-fucking-lutely. In fact, that trailer showed several changes I don't like. I don't like QTE mashing in combat. I hate that. So the lying figures, when they spit acid at you now, you have to mash X as hard as you possibly can to like get out of it. I hate shit like that, man. Like I thought we had established that QTE fucking sucks. QTE done in games like Shenmue is phenomenal. And Heavy Rain, the David Cage games, you know, save it for the action-packed moments, the interactive cutscenes or whatever. Don't make me just mash on a button constantly in combat. That sucks. And then that thing on the wall where it said reap what you sow. Oh my god, dude. I feel like they're making it way too obvious what he did. Like even when he comes into the bathroom at the beginning, he fucking he comes into the bathroom at the beginning in the remake and he literally looks like he just did something awful. That's not... I hate saying this because I'm going to sound like such a fucking stuck-up fan, but that's not what it's supposed to be like. It's supposed to be more ambiguous. He's not supposed to look like he's done something awful from the very, very beginning. He looks absolutely distraught and like he's been crying and you know, whereas in the original, he just has a sort of, you know, neutral look on his face. And it wasn't because of technical limitations. They could have very easily... Yeah, exactly. He's got a very unassuming look. You don't think anything about him or what he's done based on how he looks. They could have very easily animated him to look much more upset in that cutscene, but they didn't. So, yeah. You know, it's not going to be exactly what I would want. But then again, most Silent Hill fans don't seem to want what I want. Because what I want is for some more about the cult. And Silent Hill fans just universally have decided they don't give a shit about the cult anymore. They just want Silent Hill 2-esque, you know, guilt and punishment and remorse and those types of stories. And you know what? If that's what the majority of people want, then it makes sense that Konami would go in this direction. But I felt like there was a lot of unexplored, especially prequel material for the cult. But hey, I'm not on the team and they're not going to be consulting me anytime soon. So who gives a shit about my opinion? Truth be told. Okay, sorry about that. Just had to blow my nose real quick. I'm gonna snap every time I do a transition now because I think it's cool, okay? Yeah, so we are gonna be recording episode 8 in just a little bit, about an hour. Because Gummy Lotion is on our guest tonight, Gummy Lotion. She's on Mountain Time, so she's a little bit behind East Coast. So when it's 11:30 here, it's 9:30 there for her. So we will record that as soon as that comes around. But until then, we are chilling. Yeah, I saw, you know, A lot of the negativity on that trailer was kind of annoying me too. And you know what? I used to be right there with them, where I would just have nothing but critique. Like, look at what these people are saying. We waited 2 years for no release date. Oh yeah, it shows the person Eddie killed as well. Why the kicks sound like free sound effect? Combat animations look really rough. Game should have gotten the same budget as RE2 Remake. The pistol and shotgun sound like they have a silencer on it. Geez, they gotta rework those sounds. Thanks, Konami, for giving $5 budget and a free sandwich to the studios making one of your best games remake. In my restless dreams, I do not see a release date. This is literally just Resident Evil now. You are right. Equals awful and disappointed. Like, come on, dude. It's a little bit early to be saying all that. Are they seriously adding QuickTime events to a remake of the best psychological horror ever made? You know, the original had these too? Huh? What? Tell me where in Silent Hill 2 they had QTEs. What? Kralik, explain yourself, sir. I don't think you're correct. Oh yeah, there was also a song I was going to add here. Couple songs I was going to add to the playlist. I was expecting a Silent Hill 2 trailer in today's state of play. Now that I've seen it, I wish I hadn't. Wow. Got him. Bluebear's all crying right now. Fucking got him. Looks like a fan game, alright. From the trailer, it looks more action-oriented than the original, which was never about combat. And there's hardly any fog in the outdoor scenes. Alan Wake 2 had an amazing level with fog and darkness, which I thought would be perfect for the Silent Hill 2 remake. Oh, let's go, Kendo. You finally got the chainsaw, dude. That looks really sick. That black chainsaw mag outdid herself on that one. I don't know why that notification was so quiet, by the way. What the hell? There was one more I was going to add. Chrysonic Fairy Tale and the Day of Night. Yeah, I know. It's either too quiet or too fucking loud. I can never find the right balance with it. I don't know which slider controls that either. Here's the Day of Night, one of the greatest off this soundtrack. It plays whenever you meet Laura in the first floor of the hospital that you couldn't access before. Whenever she tricks him and calls him a fart face, you know? Classic part of the game. The free Silent Hill game? No, I'm not aware of that. What's it called? Oh, Silent Hill The Short Message, now available free on PS5. Producer Motoi Okamoto shares his thoughts, discusses the game's development, and shares a new look at the anticipated Silent Hill 2 remake. I heard it's shit. I heard it's shit. I mean, I don't doubt it. It's a new short-form Silent Hill title featuring a young contemporary protagonist. In 2022, we announced a revival for the Silent Hill series along with several other titles, and this marks the first of that new wave of games to be released. We're excited to deliver today's surprise release. The game started as something like an experimental project, an opportunity for us to try out different things, see what worked and what didn't, and grow and polish our horror game expertise. We hope that people enjoy this experience. completely ghosted SH Ascension. Yeah, I think they're just going to try to bury that in the rear view and pretend it never fucking happened, and that's probably for the best, to be honest with you. That was such a horrible... I mean, I've seen bad publicity, but that was just awful, dude. In every fucking way, that was awful. Oh yeah, you're right. Your game redeem. Let me go through my redeems because you put the link in there to the itch.io. That's how you say it, right? Double barrel buckshot. Buckshot Roulette is a tabletop horror game that attempts to redesign the infamous game of Russian roulette, replacing the traditional revolver with a proper 12-gauge pump-action shotgun. This extra firepower, and more importantly, the different mechanics in handling a shotgun compared to a revolver, offers a fresh take on the classic and deadly game of chance. 15 to 20 minute playthrough? Oh god. My fucking eyes. Holy. The flashbang, dude. Alright, well, I dropped the 120, so this better be a good game, dude. $1.20 down the booper. God. If this isn't GOTY, I'll be reporting you to the Twitch police. And that's just final. I mean, that's just right out. I have to extract an executable? This looks like a virus. It has a shotgun. That's very factual. Very factual what you just said. Oh yeah, his game redeems have all been fire. I'm not gonna lie. You didn't really need to spend 100,000 on this though, dude. This is a pretty small game. Okay, this is gonna be so fucking loud. So let me just go ahead and mute that. I'm trying to run the virus program, the Trojan horse that I just installed on my PC. That's a joke, by the way. Death Stranding 2 trailer, most anticipated game. Okay, let's... Why? I can't... Fuck me. Okay, never mind, I got it. Okay, I've got to get this to the right audio channel. Woo! Sorry about that. They are not fucking around with the volume on here. Alright, let's game capture this bitch. Sweet. What have we got here? Oh, appreciate you updating the game. I was just about to do that. Ooh, very Lost in Vivo look so far. Oh, is it like point and click? Hello? Did I already break the game? Like, none of my mouse inputs are working, or keyboard inputs. I think we broke the game already, boys. Oh. Never mind. Please sign the waiver. No. We have a stampy wampy. Oh, let's go. It's perfect. Stampy. One live round, 2 blanks. This is morbid, dude. I insert the shells in an unknown order. Oh, fuck me. Well. Goodbye. Well. Did he just defibrillate me back to life? Careful now. Well, he's gonna take a shot here. We already got the dud. What? 3 live rounds, 2 blanks. They enter the chamber in a hidden sequence. You see, I'm just gonna move the chat over. There we go. 3 live, 2 blank. You know what? Fuck it. I'm risking it. Get up, Stampy. The night is young. Oh, Stampy is so dumb, dude. Dude, this game is so fucking weird. This definitely feels like some Newgrounds shit. Oh, I didn't read that correctly the first time. So there's only 1 live round. Good odds. What's up, Wood? What the fuck, dude? I had the odds on my side though. Well, now there's only blanks left. Three live, 2 blank. Okay. Well, I'm dead. Oh. Yes, let's go. Oh, what a dumbass. What a moron. What an absolute buffoon. This guy is. What a clown. What an absolute buffoon. Let's make this a little more interesting. 2 items each. More items before every load. What is this? Oh, what the? Hey, what's up, Dr. Red? Yeah, the final boss is just an absolute bitch in that game. It's basically just a one-hit kill no matter what happens. One live round, one blank. You know we're rolling the 50-50 dice. I'm gonna roll the dice. What a piece of shit. This game is fucking terrible. Yeah, right. But what do these items do, though? General release of liability from God? What the hell? Of course you would. I swear to God. Oh, I'm supposed to be using these things. Very interesting. Okay. Now it's 50-50 again. Check the current round in the chamber. That's broken. I can't tell if that was live or blank. What the fuck? Blank? Okay. Red is live. Okay. Yeah, that's what I said, Dr. Red. It looks like one of those really cringe indie games. How do I put it down and use an item? I don't guess I can. Oh my god, dude. I always pick wrong, dude. Why? Oh, we are getting shot today, boys. It's time for a comeback. Let's go. Don't call it a comeback. Oh, I can't use an item. Oh, that's so cheap. Well, there will be no comeback here. Yeah, never play. Yeah, by the way, disclaimer, never ever play this in real life. It's a horrible idea. Yeah, the cuff lets make sure the other person can't use items, it looks like, or skips their turn. No, my luck is about to turn around, dude. For real. My luck is about to turn around. If I get a magnifying glass, it's fucking over, dude. Alright, 50-50. He has a magnifying glass. That's busted. I'm you know what? I'm skipping your fucking turn, bitch. Take the edge off. Regain 1 charge. Oh, okay, cool. It's 50-50, dude. I swear. If I pick wrong again. Yes. Let's go. Got him. What an idiot. Just shoot him twice if it's 50-50. Good point. Where's my magnifying glass? Fuck. Alright, 2 and 2. Shotgun deals 2 damage. Oh, okay. Oh, you actually... Oh, that's awesome, actually. Oh, massive. Let's go. Absolutely titanic plays. Let's go. Well, he knows what's in the next one. Yeah, the knife is the glass cannon risk. Oh, he's gonna recharge. Good play, good play. Oh, he's gonna, what? Get to use it twice? Bullshit. He just regained the damage I did. Goodbye. Oh, unlucky. Let's go. Well, now I'm dead. So fucking cheap, man. Well, we're even. I don't know what the beer does yet. Okay, 3 and 2. You rack the shotgun. Ends round on last shell. Yes, let's go. Three live and 2 blank this round. So now it's 2 and 2. Let's go. We are popping off right now, dude. Now the odds are in my favor. Now I'm gonna shoot myself. Oh, never mind. He goes now. You little son of a bitch. Why does he get all the magnifying glasses, dude? It's such a cheat. Oh, what a moron. This is probably a bad idea. Now I'm just going to shoot him twice. Why would I risk this? Guaranteed win. Wow. Oh, I didn't realize there was only one left. I thought there was still 2. 3 alive, 2 blank again. Fuck it. I'm just gonna roll the dice and try to win this round. Yes. Destroyed. Long last, we arrive at the final showdown. No more defibrillators, no more blood transfusions. Now me and you we are dancing on the edge of life and death. Oh. This reminds me a lot of the Blackjack game from the RE7 DLC. 4 items each. Alright, well that's busted. Oh my god, busted. Does he get the same items though? No, he got different items. You know the drill. Okay, well. Don't waste. Yeah, the odds are in my favor. I'm just gonna try it. Huge. Okay, so kind of wasted that. Odds are still in my favor though. Okay. Oh, wow, this is busted. I have so many magnifying glasses, though. 3 live, 4 blank? I can't tell this. This color fucks me up, dude. I can barely see. 4, 4? Yeah. This is right in my colorblind range. I can't fucking tell what these are. Fucking colors, man. Like, is that live or blank? I don't know. I can't tell. Blank? Okay. Yeah, I did just waste the knife. Fuck it, I'm gonna use another one. That's live. That was red. Huge. 2 damage, bitch. Oh yeah, you're right. That way I don't waste the knife. I'll know whether or not to use the knife if I use the magnifying glass first. Well, we are in a sticky situation here, fellas. Oh my god. What an idiot. Well, now we're gonna get shot, though. That's okay. We're still doing better. I think we're tied, actually. He only has 1 set of cuffs left. I don't know what all's left in here now, because I'm not counting. I'm just gonna aim it at him. Why not? Okay, why would I risk it? I think that's it for what's actually in the chamber. Yeah. Okay, cool. Nice, pretty good set. 3 live, 2 blank. Okay, I can kind of tell now. I'm not looking at the color so much as the way that... Okay, 3 live, 2 blank. Yeah, there's no reward for aiming at yourself, true. That was blank. Oh my god. Yeah, it skips the dealer's turn. That was live that he just popped out. Well, I'm going to take 2 here because we've already shot the live ones out. Or racked them. Yeah. Okay. This is going so well. Okay. I had to move my camera over just a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be using my SIGs. My SIGgies. Oh, no more defibrillator for me. Cool. You piece of shit. I'm just gonna skip his turn and just keep shooting at him. Okay, 4 live, 2 blank. Hey, what's up, She? We're just chilling until about 11:30 when Gummy Lotion is ready for her episode. All right, I'm just gonna heal. Does it even heal now? This is really risky. Yeah. That was really risky, so we're dead now. We have to play smarter next time, dude. We have got to play smarter. Music is kind of fire, though. Wow. You are dead, you stupid idiot. All right, you know what? We're just gonna play smarter this time. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, you are dead, you fucking... Yeah, it's time to get... I gotta fucking... I just gotta go gamer mode, dude. No time for this bullshit. I better not see you again. Oh, okay. Oh, we're going straight to the 4-item round? Stampy. You know the drill. 2 blank, 1 live. Okay. Well, he's got a magnifying glass, so that's kind of busted. If it's 2 blank and 1 live, the odds are in my favor. Yes. So now it's 50-50. Now I'm just going to skip his turn and shoot him twice. Oh, what's that burn? Yes. There should only be a blank left. Yes. I can count, everybody. I can count. Fuck yes. Damn, this is kind of a busted setup, though. Okay, 4 live, 4 blank. All right, 4 and 4. Let's rack 1. That was live. Okay, so now there's 3 live and 4 blank. Yes, okay. Now the odds are really in my favor. So now I'm gonna use the knife and I'm gonna shoot him. Oh my god, you piece of shit. Well, we had a good run, gamers. Oh, okay, never mind. You know what? I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna do it again. You think I give a fuck? I don't. I'm gonna do it again. I'm wasting all my shit. Oh my god, dude. Fuck this game and everybody that developed it. Which I think is just one guy. Oh, we are fucked here. He's gonna reheal twice, so all that damage was pointless. And he has 2 magnifying glasses. What a broken game, dude. What a broken game. What a dumbass. What? Never mind. This dude's an idiot. The AI is forced to use as many items as possible. I think we're out of blanks at this point, aren't we? That hurts. I'm not gonna lie, that hurts. That hurts quite a bit, actually. And again, I haven't been keeping count, so I'm just gonna use the knife and shoot him. Yes. We'll take it. We're ahead, gamers. We are ahead. Alright, it's time to start counting for real. Please give me a magnifying glass. That is such a busted item. Yes. Oh, hell yeah. We are popping off. He got 3 magnifying glasses. 3 and 2. 3 live, 2 blank. Okay, well. Just tell me what it is and I'll make an informed decision. That's blank. I'm going for it, dude. Fucking risking it. Let's go. Massive. And we got a skip turn. I can win this round if the next one is live. Did we go for it? Are you ready? All right, if the next one is live, we win. Do I rack it or just shoot it? It's 2-1 now, right? You know what? Fuck it. Let's rack it. It was live. Okay, so now it's 1-1. Now it's 50-50. I'm rolling the 50-50 dice. God damn it, dude. I tried it, man. Fuck. Well, at least the last one's empty, so he can't really do a whole lot with it. I mean, he can... Yeah, it's not going to do anything. Okay. We're still ahead. And he can't re-heal anymore, so... Please, just 1 magnifying glass and it's over. Yeah, it's over. As soon as I get my turn, it's over. He doesn't have any cigarettes. 4 live, 2 blank. Blank. Okay. Live. Sweet. Just to guarantee the kill. Oh, you're dead as fuck, bruv. Goodbye. Yeah, just out of spite, I wanted to hit him with the double. Boom. Deleted. Got a short story. Konami should not try to resurrect PT. What have we got? Yeah. What's up, by the way, John? Ooh. Canonically better at this than God. Is that going into my PayPal account? I need this. Damn, we started out so horrible. Congratulations, Stampy. 990 milliliters of beer drank. Shots fired, shells ejected, doors kicked, cigarettes smoked. Let's go, dude. That was a fun little game. Hey, shout out, Sick Boy. That was a fun little experience. You always recommend the indie heat. Like, you're the one that originally recommended Night of the Consumers. Yeah, I like that. A fun little game, fun little experience. And you know what? I have some applause for you, sir. Sorry, I'm trying to fix my camera. There you go. Where's this little piece of shit on my microphone? But yeah, damn, what is up, everybody? We got a fucking full house tonight. Burn, Sick, John, She, Wood. The gamers are here. What is up, you guys? Go ahead and tell your story, John. Excited to hang. Appreciate that. Yeah, I've been having an absolute blast on streams here lately. And I like that we're kind of priming before we jump right into the podcast, because sometimes I'm like still getting caffeinated and I'm not quite there mentally. Like my mental sharpness isn't quite there to actually have a conversation in the beginning. So I like kind of priming it a little bit before we get into it. Dude, I found the greatest lo-fi album the other day. That was my short story. It was a play on the Silent Hill game, trying to recapture PT. Oh, which one though? Think I might have a little cup of coffee, TBH. I would actually love to go brew some more, but that would probably get into bad idea territory. You know what? I've got time. I am going to go ahead and brew more. But I found the greatest lo-fi album. It's called Earth Day by Arden Records. And it just has songs like this all in it. Silent Hill, a short message or whatever. Oh, I see what you did there, you little minx. You little fucking minx. It has songs like this. With nature sounds. Oh, it's over, dude. I love listening to this type of shit. I love vocalization that's kind of used as an instrument too. This one's called Floating by Instant Era. What have we got here? Delicate Steve, I Can Fly Away. I uploaded this song myself, never intended for even a single person to listen. All credit goes to the original artist. Let me brew some coffee. And I will be right back very, very quickly. We have about 20 minutes until Gummy's ready. And until then, I'm going to go back to my playlist so I don't get DMCA'd, but I have a new song. It's called Prosonic Fairy Tale. Brew twinsies. Okay, I'm sorry. Guys, if I ever use the word twinsies again, I give you full permission to report me directly to twitch.tv for violating terms of service, okay? Be right back. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, John. You doing all right though? He's better, but when he tries to act like himself and realizes he's hurt, yeah. Yeah, my parents had a couple of wild-ass Danes a few years ago. They still have one. But they would always just run around everywhere, and I guess one day one of them just ran over a bunch of glass, a bunch of broken glass from like a beer bottle that some dumbass had thrown out of their car. And like just blood everywhere from one of the paws. And she was pretty much out of commission for like a whole ass weekend. Fucking crazy, man. Alright, the coffee is brewing. Yeah, it is, man. They heal so fast. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna make 100% sure that her volume is at 100% for you guys. Alright, everything should be good now. Output volume is at 100%. Hey, what's up, Dave? And then let's set the channel volume to 100%. Alright, so she should be coming in hot, volume-wise. In fact, I may need to turn it down a little bit, because I have everything set to 100%. My dog once ran away for reasons that still get me upset, but he basically ran nonstop till he ran his paw pads off. His bandages were off in 3 days. Jesus Christ, man. I won't ask you to provide context for that, but it sounds bad. Yeah, my parents live in like the fucking, what they would call the boonies. Like they pretty much live out in the middle of nowhere. And people here's the thing about the South. In the South, in the middle of nowhere, people love to shoot guns all day, every day. So all their dogs end up with like anxiety issues because they hate listening to the gunshots all the time. And it's like loud shit too, like semi-auto shit and shotguns and loud ass 45s and 9mm. They love to go out and shoot. To be fair, my dad's kind of like that too. He has a whole fucking, he's got a few guns. He likes to joke that they're all ideal for home defense. You know that line from Terminator? Where the Terminator first like fucking spawns in and he goes to a gun store and the guy's like, you know, he asks for a 9mm Uzi, a 45 long slide with a laser sight, and a 12 gauge auto loader. And he's like, well, good choices, buddy. Any one of these is ideal for home defense. My sister's Yorkie did this. She ran and ran and ran. Thank God we found her. Yeah. But yeah, Gummy said she was just finishing some setup. I'm just going to update my Discord really quick. Hey, what's up, Matt? Dude, Matt with the ASMR voice when he was going over those photos. Why does everybody have genetically a nicer voice than me? What the fuck? I lost the genetic lottery, goddammit. Were you using an AT2020 or an AT2035? I could tell it was an Audio-Technica condenser, just couldn't tell which model. Because that shit was crispy. $2020, yeah, the classic. Yeah, I like the 2020 because it's really clear, but if you get up on it, if you get up on the AT2020, it sounds really bassy like this, you know? You gotta basically get right up on it, though. Up on the grill. It was a scary feeling for sure. I'm glad they found your sister's dog and hope Chloe's resting well now. Yeah, I tell you, man. Dogs are easily the biggest double-edged sword. Because, like, they're the greatest pets imaginable when you have them. But when they die, when they go, they take a fucking piece of you with them, I tell you. You know, Great Danes especially. Good God, man. They only live 5 to 7 years on average. That's not enough time. So they're extremely loyal, great family dogs, but they just don't live very long. That's the most painful part about it. Yeah, I saw a very toxic on your stream, Matt. I saw a very toxic video of you getting curb stomped at very intense levels, by the way, by she. I called it toxic too, because you know what? I'll call a spade a spade. I will do that. That's because that's just what I do. True and real, by the way. Okay, my coffee's done. I'm gonna go pour some and we'll be ready. Yeah, bully antics, toxicity. You know that one System of a Down song? Yeah, that was about you. I'm gonna pour my coffee just a sec. All right, we got some fresh brew. Chose dogs over cats for the reason that they couldn't jump on my desk or my PC. Plus, I hate getting clawed, yeah. Yeah, I didn't even realize, I didn't realize how bad it was to declaw cats until later in life. I've never personally done that. I just remember when I grew up, it was just not like something that I'd thought about too much. And then, you know, once I got my own cats and I actually did some proper research, I was like, oh yeah, that's actually pretty crazy how rough that is. So, you know what? I got claw marks all the time. In fact, I have some on my hand right now from my tortie. You can see a nice little claw mark right there that's healing up pretty good right here. You just get used to it. It doesn't even really hurt anymore when I get clawed. It's just gonna happen every now and then. I didn't know that was a thing till this year. Oh, you didn't know declawing was a thing? Oh yeah, we have our brand sponsorship whore water bottle tonight. Let's go. Fully, well, it's full. I was gonna say fully filled, but that doesn't make sense. Filtered water, nice. Clean. What am I gonna do when they make a coffee line? Well, if it's as bad as Death Wish, I won't buy it. I'm a fan of the aesthetic of the brand Death Wish. Yeah, they do make tea. It used to be called Armless Palmer. And they got sued by the company that makes Arnold Palmer tea, so they changed the name to like Dead Billionaire or something like that. Because they were trying to be edgy. Liquid Death lawsuit. Yeah, they changed the name of Armless Palmer to Dead Billionaire. And I'll be honest, like their marketing and shit is kind of cringy. Like on the cans, it has a pretty cringy thing. Like I've got a can here. I literally call this my demo can. You know, if I ever start doing a podcast at like a big conference table or whatever, I need to have this in the middle so I can beg for a sponsorship, dude, please. Okay, but anyways. So here's what the can says. The can says, dude, I'm ready. I'll drop the contracts now. Okay, I'm just kidding. They're the Monster Energy version of water. True. Yeah, when a group of teenagers set off into the mountains for a weekend. Okay, when a group of teenagers set off into the mountains for a weekend of drinking regular water in plastic bottles, they became hunted by an aluminum can of mountain water that was dead set on murdering their thirsts and recycling their souls. Oh, the cringe. Once cracked open, no thirst is safe from liquid death. After ritually dismembering its thirst victims, this brutal can of water used the severed body parts of dead thirsts to build itself a flesh suit, which it used as a disguise to get a job in marketing. But liquid death never took the job. It just murdered a bunch more thirsts instead. Oh, dear God. What were you thinking, young fella? Look, I ain't a liar. That's exactly what it says. And then the bottle says something equally weird. The bottle says... Oh. It says the exact same thing. Love it. All right, well, Gummy has said that she is ready, so let's go ahead and get the episode started here. Got a little bit of a run of show for her as well that she is good to go with. And I believe she's streaming it on her end as well, which is cool. So let me go ahead and get the shout out in here. And if I have a mod, if someone doesn't mind to pin it, or I can just go ahead, let me just go ahead and pin it actually. Manually unpinned at the end of the stream. Okay, cool. There we go. So let me go ahead and get this recording started, and we'll jump over to the podcast scene here. Boom. Look at that. It's a beautiful thing. Oh yeah, I saw that actually. I saw that actually, John. I think I was in that stream when you got gifted. It was an anonymous 5 bomb. All right. I'm going to need to start my virtual camera. This is actually episode 8. So let me go ahead and adjust the title. And I think I can add her in the title. Okay, cool. I can. Boom. Okay, sick. I'm not going to bother with Audacity this time because I'm not really going to do audio only. If I need to do audio only, I can easily just pull the audio from the video clip and upload that separate. So I don't need to run Audacity at the same time. Anyways. All right, here we are. Stamp of approval, episode 8. I can actually count now. I've done the math and I have figured out which episode we're on. It's number 8. We have another special guest ready for tonight. Her name is Gummy Lotion. She's a fellow streamer. Also met her through She, our very first guest. And yeah, she's a fellow streamer. She plays a lot of Nintendo games. She's a big fan of the N64 growing up, and recently she's been playing a lot of Twilight Princess. But without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and give her a call, and we'll get started. And I did also turn the volume way up, so this could be a lot louder than I expect.
No problem. On my stuff, I need to turn on my camera.
All right, you guys can hear that well, right? That's coming in pretty hot. It's like almost in the red.
Perfect. Everyone can hear me loud and clear. I promise I won't yell. Maybe.
Listen, I never screech at high volumes. That's not something that happens on my stream. There's not several clips of it.
No, and you're never shocked by your sound alerts.
Absolutely not. See, some people, they just understand. They just get it.
Yeah.
All right, let me see.
I have like all of my alerts are like kind of like nice, calming, like wee noises, and yet somehow they still seem to shock me. I feel like it no longer matches my content because I'm always going a little crazy.
Yeah, I remember I was watching your stream the other day and your alerts were actually super quiet, and I was like, and then as soon as I lean in closer, which doesn't make any sense because I'm wearing headphones, and then a yell happens, and I'm like, I fucked up, dude. I fucked up.
Exactly. I really need to go fix it. I feel like slowly but surely I'm like improving my streams. I have like fucking always have sticky notes next to me so I can just like write down like, oh, I fucked this up this time.
Yeah, audio is fucking annoying too, because like unless you're doing live monitoring and you can actually hear exactly what your viewers can hear, it's just a guessing game. Like you never know who's got their shit turned up super loud, so it's like it's best to just pick one volume and stick to it, I've found.
I definitely forgot to unmute myself in my own stream.
That's okay. They can hear you here. Your voice is coming through loud and clear.
Perfect. All right.
All right. Awesome. So, we did actually have a bit of a run of show that we talked about beforehand, but I did kind of want to ask you because part of this is about, me learning about other people's content styles, what got them interested in gaming in the first place. So, what are some of your, that you can remember, some of your earliest gaming memories that really got you hooked on the hobby?
So honestly, it's definitely like one of my first memories is being at my neighbor's house and playing Donkey Kong 64 with my neighbors. So like super early start. I was a little toddler at the time. That looks short here in person. It's like fucking shoulder height. So like itty bitty. So we played with my neighbors. And then yeah, I would play like Ocarina of Time with my sister back at home, and like I want to say like those are a lot of like pivotal moments that start stuff out, and definitely like one of the more clear memories is like playing games.
Oh yeah, and N64 was the first one that I remember too, where it was like the games were getting so big that me and my brother would just make up shit like happening in Ocarina of Time. We would just make our own quest because like we didn't really know what to do.
No, it's like there's a big fucking owl and like a cute girl being like, "Look at this horse."
Yeah,
You're like,
Hyrule
"Yeah."
Field. Just pretend that you're doing whatever the fuck because it's so big. And like Donkey Kong 64 was kind of the same. Like you could just mess around. And I remember finding the arcade cabinet in that game too, where you could play the
Oof.
original. And the controller confused the fuck out of me with the three handles. I was like trying to, like, my hands were too small to use it right. So I didn't know what I was doing.
I mean, honestly, this is like so weird, but because like I played it so much back then and I regularly go back to the 64, the little Trident controller is actually very comfortable to me.
Yeah, I can definitely see what they were going for now that I'm older. And a lot of
Yeah.
people, like, I remember my dad would hold the outside handles and he would just like stretch his thumb over to the stick. And I was like, how the hell? But I get it now. Like, when I play
Adult
things like
hands.
GoldenEye, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and like I don't know, it's like really silly, but also it kind of had a back pedal action with the Z button back there. Which I then had like a PlayStation 2 controller which had the like trigger buttons down lower for like a comfortable rest, which they now have on like pro controllers. And we probably got that for like what, like $35 at Walmart.
Yeah.
Um, so like it like also has like its own like comfort in that way. Um, it's like a weird nostalgia.
Yeah, Nintendo, in a lot of ways, they've actually been ahead of the curve on a lot of stuff. Like, in 2005, really, they were kind of demoing the Wii stuff, the motion controls. And, Microsoft and Sony kind of laughed it off, but then it sold, like, destroyed them in sales. And then they're like, oh shit, we should probably copy that now. So Microsoft comes out with the Kinect and Sony comes out with the PS Move, which was a blatant
Yeah.
ripoff.
Oh my gosh, yes. And then, oof, I don't know if you remember the eye toy, the
Oh,
brief little
yes.
interlude with them fucking around with that.
Yeah.
Ugh, we
Yeah.
only had like, oh sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Oh no, we had one, but we only had one game, and it was an exercise one, and it was a lot of just doing like this, like stay in the silhouette. So goofy.
Yeah, there was iToy anti-grav, I remember, and you were just supposed to spin around as you were like a snowboarder falling from a plane or something. It's like, I look like such an idiot. Anti-grav was fun, but it's like you never wanted anybody to see you playing it because you just looked like a buffoon.
That I feel like that was the same thing with the Connect. Like if you were playing a game solo and like a family member walked into the house, you're just like, don't look
Yeah,
at me. I'm like shooting like finger guns.
yeah,
Um, don't
waving down
worry
a
about
cab.
it. Yeah. Um, we had like a game room in like one of the houses we lived in the longest, which was just a formal dining room with the family computer, our old like massive entertainment
Cabinet.
thing. Yeah, cabinet and this massive CRT in there. So like if anyone walked into the house, it was right next to the front door and you just have to turn and see all the dumb shit I was doing in there with like the Wii or like the Kinect and everything.
Yeah, I remember older PC graphics cards used to come with this really cringy thing that was like a door hanger that would say "Don't come in, I'm gaming" or some shit.
Oh
And I
no.
remember as a kid I would put that up because I was like the embarrassment that I would feel if my mom walked in on me playing this shit right now is unbelievable.
Oh gosh, we very much always had like a family computer and like computer room. Um and so it was like accessible by everyone and always in like open spaces. Um and yeah, it was always a disaster. It wasn't until I was like, I don't know, I got a hand-me-down chunky ass Dell laptop when I was probably 13, and then I had like an old PC I had kind of scrapped together from old parts, um, probably around like 15. Um, and like that was when I finally had my own computer in my own room, and all I would do would like hop on Skype with my friends because we lived in the suburbs, nowhere near each other.
Yeah, that was the same for me. My first experience getting a computer was like when everything changed. I was like 14 or so, and I was like, I had really strict parents. So I was like, you know what, dude? I'm just gonna watch and just find everything that I've never been allowed to watch. So like I downloaded like Cannibal Holocaust and all the craziest like banned horror movies, and I watched all that shit, dude. I was like, what
I
they don't
like
know won't hurt them.
exactly. Yeah, I feel like in a weird way I missed an era of like doing like stuff you weren't supposed to do on a computer. like as a younger kid. Um, because yeah, it was always out in the open, and everything. And yeah, and then 15, I'm like, let me pirate movies and I'm gonna read my racy
Oh
manga.
no. Yeah, and the crazy part about that was like the internet was such wild west because this was probably the MySpace days that I remember the most of like
Mm.
everything was done through forums. You know, Discord servers were unheard of, and everything was like you'd have to sign up for a forum and register an email and all this stuff just to be able to post on there. And once you
Ah,
did, it was like the rabbit hole opened.
I just slightly missed MySpace days. I was in middle school and I had one for a little bit. Um, but then I feel like I went straight to Tumblr, so I was definitely like a Tumblr kid. Um, and like honestly, like it sounds so silly. I loved She's Tumblr, and I would always be like staring at it because we've known each other since high school, so it took us a hot minute to get there. But I was like, oh my God, like you have such good content on here. Like
Wow.
after I met her.
Gee, you never mentioned this before. Are we gonna have to break out the Wayback Machine and have a little browse at this Tumblr?
Oh God, it was like definitely a lot of like um I mean we met in animation class, so we it was like a lot of like anime shit or just like oh super cute or I don't know, I feel like a lot of mine like always rounded or rounded back to like art shit and like cartoons and everything. Um but I've always been kind of a serial lurker on the internet, so I would never like reblog things, I would never comment on anything. I just like stare at like, oh wow.
You were the doom scrolling aficionado before the term was cool.
Oh, for sure. I did the same thing on Twitter when I had a Twitter, did the same thing on Instagram when I had an Instagram. I do the same thing on Twitch. I'm watching a lot of streams, but most of the time I'm just like I just have it on and don't even like pop in to do the like little alert command. I'll do it every now and then.
Yeah, that's a perfect kind of segue because I asked she this question and John as well, but like we all kind of had it sounds like similar discovery for Twitch as a website or streaming in general. What was the first stream that you found, or when was the first time you kind of heard rumors of what streaming was and you actually wanted to check one out?
So I back back in high school, I had a boyfriend that was like really into COD
Mm.
stuff, and so he would show me like COD streams. And I then was like living alone, or not living alone, but like pretty disconnected. I had like moved to Louisiana to go to a university, and I hate living there, and it's where all my family's from.
Hmm.
Um, and I wanted like a sense of community, and I then, after not knowing much about Twitch, tried to start streaming art for a little while. So that was probably back in 2016. And so I had kind of like dipped my toes in since about like 2015, 2016.
Yeah. Did you ever hear about the speedrunning community at all, or was that kind of distant from how you first started on Twitch?
I would hear she talk about it, but I don't know why I had like a little bit of a little contrarian attitude where I'm like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like right for me when anytime I watch like speedrunning shit, I always think it's like so cool and like it takes so much skill.
Oh yeah, I think we all had that phase where we're like, well, this is popular, so I'm not gonna engage with this. It's a little bit too mainstream for me. I'm just gonna go the other direction. And I had that phase too. Whenever IRL streaming first started happening, I was like, you can find this on so many other websites. Like Twitch is so
Yeah.
good because of the gaming part. Why are they doing this? And now look at me. Here I am doing all this just chatting stuff. So I'm a hypocrite. I know it, but I'm guilty.
Now it happens. Like I thought I was probably just gonna do art stuff. Because there was like back then and then I fell off of streaming for like quite a few years. And honestly forgot I did it. Um, and I was like, I don't know, I don't think I'm good enough for games. And then starting back up in about like 2020, I kind of like restarted streaming because I would be in calls with my friends and force them to watch the games I was playing. Most of it was like The Sims and like building a house. I'm like, you know what? I should probably stream instead
Yeah.
of forcing my friends to hang out with me and watch me build a house. Um,
Yeah, if you're gonna stream on Discord to like your friends, you might as well just get OBS up and do it on Twitch because you never know what can happen. Like out of
yeah.
nowhere, some person could just find your stream and raid you, and it's like, bam, now you have some regs that are gonna come back every stream and enjoy your content, and that's so much more rewarding.
Yeah, and I like really wanted to expand being a part of a community because I mean it was 2020. It was a really isolating time. I was kind of in like my final year or two of my degree. So I was constantly animating, drawing, and making like business cards and shit. And then I had the like lovely opportunity to be able to work from home as well. So I was just working for work. Without asking for a raise, started rewriting curriculum for a kids coding summer camp. And then also was constantly working on like finals and shit. And I really needed to expand my circle because everyone was stressed out. All of my friends were going through the same thing. And she had actually been like, "Oh, you should watch Wood stream." He's like, I think he was playing a game I really liked or something. I think you would find him like really funny. And from there, I just kind of like re-immersed myself in that and have been able to like rejoin in a community. And that was kind of my goal from the start. And I feel like that's somewhere I'm like starting to get.
Yeah, that's so true. Like watching other streamers, sometimes you can get a little bit siloed off in your own world when you're just kind of doing your own thing. But I feel like participating and immersing yourself in other communities is also important because so many people just go about this so many different ways. Like content creation as a career, of course, is super young, but you know, you, she, and Josh, you guys all three conduct your streams so differently. And I just caught myself again. Wood is Josh. But yeah, you guys all do. Your style is so different, but that's one of those things. It's like the community building is one of the most important aspects of it. But I also feel like just the discovery of the way that different people conduct things is also a blast as well.
Yeah. It's like so cool, and I've like discovered like so many streamers through being a part of raids. And it's really great. I mean, like that's how I first started watching your streams is like a raid from Wood based on, a suggestion from one of his chatters.
Yeah,
And I couldn't be more happy. Like you're so knowledgeable about the games that you play, and I find it so incredibly impressive. Um,
yeah.
it's like just ooh.
The benefits of replaying the same 7 games in a row. Let's go. Yeah, eventually, if I didn't know as much as I did, I'd be worried. But good lord, I've played the same game so many different times. But so
I was oh yeah.
no, you're fine. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I was like so surprised when I like popped into a stream right after like finishing up one of mine's, and I was playing Rule of Rose, and I was like so interested to know if you knew much about it. And I was like so surprised that you didn't. You said you like knew some, and it felt very right up like right in your alley. I think it would be so cool to watch you play it too. It's definitely got such similar like vibes to Silent Hill and everything. I was listening to you like reviewing the trailer while I was getting ready. I was like, I just can't chat. I'll get distracted and I have to
Yeah,
get ready.
yeah.
And like it just sounded very similar to like the critiques of like them re remaking it. It's like, oh, like we all know like the combat is clunky and like all this like different stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, Rule of Rose is one that I would definitely love to get to. The only, what the obvious problem is the rarity. So if I were to play it, look, I'm just going to say it. I'm going to have to play it the same way 95% of other people play it. So I would have to emulate it. But I'm cool to do
I
that. I've just heard that
yeah.
there's some, I've heard that there's some, not quite NSFW, but some like trigger warning type content in it. So I just wanted to take a look
Yes.
at it and see what it is before we play it. But it's definitely on the docket.
Yeah, I went into it like pretty blind. My sister and I never got super far into playing it, and I um still will avoid spoilers for incredibly old games if I'm like, I might play it. So I knew none of what happened, so I didn't have like any like trigger warnings or anything on my stream, and I felt like not great about that once it like rolled around.
Yeah, that's I think that's also one of the things about 6th gen horror is like some of those games nobody really thought they would be rare or expensive at the time. Haunting Ground is another example, which is a Capcom game, and oh my
Mm.
god, like Haunting Ground, the US version is like 250 to 300 disc only, and Rule of Rose is even more expensive than that. So, um,
Yeah, I think it's rolling around 300 right now. Every now and then I'll check in. I'm like, oh, I feel so impressive.
yeah, that's what I was saying. Like when you said you had a legit copy, and I think you actually showed your case, I was like, dude, you are sitting on like a gold mine. You got to understand that because like those games were so hard to acquire even when they were new. Because I think Rule of Rose was like a send away. It was like a mail thing. Like you would have to mail in and purchase a copy. It was so weird.
I think we just yoinked ours from a Walmart. Um, we were far too lazy to like do any mail away stuff.
Yeah.
Um, and we thought our copy was like bugged, but I told my sister when I played, I was like, no, we were just too dumb to walk around to the other side of the like area with two doors.
Yeah.
Um, because I mean, we started playing it when we were like itty bitty, or not even itty bitty. We were like probably like 10 and 12. But yeah, had no clue it became like so rare up until a couple years ago, and I feel really dumb for throwing away the case because I shoved everything into like CD cases,
Oh
and
yeah.
the guide for it had such fun art, and like some backstory as well. So I like really hate that I threw away so many game cases and like guide, not guides, but like the little pamphlets from the games. I'm so mad.
Yeah, I have a lot of older PC games like that, like the original 5 Silent Hill 3 discs, which at the time that was like the most discs that had ever come with a game, and you had to like get the code. That it was like 25-digit
Yeah.
code you had to get off of this little insert, and that would prove that you had a genuine copy. And we did the same. We put all of our shit in binders, and those discs are scratched to fuck now. Like they're basically unreadable. It's so bad.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with my games anymore because now I just have piles of games just sitting in CD cases. I'm like every time I touch it, it's destroying the game, especially
Yeah.
my PlayStation 1 games. Like when Wood was up here for She's birthday, like about a week ago, um, of course, like he came in and was like, "Oh my God, your games! Show me your game collection." Um, and I have Rampage on the PS1, and we were so surprised it worked. We had to go back to the Airbnb, and we're like, "No, hold on, guys, we got to make sure," and like
Yeah.
brought it back to the Airbnb with us because I have the flip up screen for it.
Oh, the attachable. That's really
It's
cool.
the off-brand Mad Catz one, but like, it's so great. I tried to play Metal Gear with it like on the floor. I'm like, it was an awful idea. It was very difficult.
Yeah, those clip-on TVs were super unique. They actually made one of those for the 360 as well. A lot of Rock Band players actually. This is just nerdy ass stamp lore, but I used to be really into playing Rock Band drums. But a lot of people would use that because it had like zero lag because it was such a small screen. But you can actually still
Yeah.
find those things for really cheap.
Oh my gosh, I don't doubt it. Oh yeah, Matt mentioning we were playing it under the entryway table because it was the first outlet we found.
Yeah. Yeah, that was I feel like that era was pretty unique with just accessories and different things. Like the gun controllers were really fucking cool at the time, and they had to use like this piggyback connector where you would have that yellow video cord and then there would be a female on
Yes.
the other end, and it would basically like the screen would flash whenever you pulled the trigger. It doesn't work on flat screens that way, but man, the
No.
accessories and stuff, like you basically had a whole arcade with your PlayStation back then. It was so cool.
Yes, like I'm really, really excited to have a CRT right now. I have like a smaller one just recently. I mean, it was from Wood. He brought it to TwitchCon
Yeah.
and he kept asking me, he's like, "Are you sure you're gonna drive? Because I have a gift for you, but you can't bring it on an airplane." I'm like,
Yeah.
"A pipe bomb?"
Yeah,
Like,
what the hell are you giving me, dude?
but now I can play like a lot of my older consoles. I'm really excited about because like, the NES, the gun for like Duck Hunter is like based on the infrared like
Mm,
stuff based
yeah.
on how the screen flashes. Um, so like it's just so exciting to be able to like play my older consoles and consoles like with attachments that rely on that stuff. It's just so neat and weird that they were able to like figure out how to use the goofy ass shit that TVs did to their advantage.
Yeah, and it's so like the technology of CRTs is so weird because it's like, 240p and 480i. There's like all these lines that are scanning at like fractions of a second. And I've seen this like slow motion video of how they worked. It's like, how the hell did people figure out how to use this for home games in the first place? This shit is like rocket science.
Yes, and I'm like honestly, it's like so weird to say, but I'm excited to play games with older graphics on it because of the way like the pixels are supposed to blend together.
Yeah,
Um, it the graphics are better on a shittier TV.
true. Yeah, and no lag too. That's one of the best parts about it.
Yes. Oh my God, for sure. So right now when I play my older consoles, it's through like three adapters to stream it. And so the lag, oh, especially when I was playing Toy Story. Oh my God.
Yeah, that game in
Oof.
general looks like torture with or without lag. It looks like torture, but that kind of leads me something I've been meaning to ask a little bit less about sort of online presence and Twitch and different things. Obviously, you don't have to go into too many details, but you were talking earlier about how you were in a certain career path and you kind of had to expand out.
Mhm.
How did that kind of lead you to the career path that you're in today? And was it kind of a brutal process to get here, or did things just kind of work out along the way?
So it's definitely still a work in progress. So personally, my long-term goals is I want to work in kids 2D animation and ideally TV. Um, because I found that was like very pivotal to who I am as a person is just like games. Like some of my first memories are like watching different TV shows. I was very much like a latchkey kid, and definitely didn't come from families
Yeah.
with the best lessons in emotional regulation. Um, and like raised by TV would I think like definitely applies. And I always knew I wanted to be like an artist, and then I was like, oh, I hate like painting because when you're 7, you think that's the only type of artist there is. And I tried to be practical. I was like, maybe I'll become a landscape designer for some fucking reason, or an architect, which is math. Um, and then I kind of like made it to high school, and they were offering an animation program. I was like, oh fuck, that makes sense. Um, and so I really want to work on the development side of things, and it's as I've like continued to dive further and further into it. Honestly, just a big focus of mine is I just want to make people laugh. Like right now, I like take commissions for emotes and stuff, and I started like with making my own, and I was like kind of worried because like I don't know, like this is just like commissions for like one-off things. I don't know if this is where I want to go. But once I started making them and seeing them being used, and like seeing how they make people laugh, or um, you know, the people who use them like laugh and be like, "Oh my God, this is amazing." It brings like such a sense of satisfaction that I didn't expect. And so I just want to like keep diving into that right now. I joke around like, yeah, I have an art degree, so I'm a receptionist.
Yeah.
So it's kind of where I'm like stuck right now. Um, but we're stuck in a stable income until I get my shit together. Um,
Yeah, I mean the term starving artist exists for a reason because it's one of those industries that you kind of have to work your way slowly into it. And doing commissions is cool because it's kind of a new strategy to get your name and your work out there. Like in the past, who would have thought that like you can pay your bills and like hold down a place just by doing like Etsy commissions for Twitch streamers? Like who would have ever thought that that could be a career
yeah.
path?
Yeah, no, I mean, ideal circumstances would definitely be like Renaissance. Someone just pays me to like, I don't know, paint their ceiling and just live in their house and make a sculpture.
Yeah.
That'd be super cool. Like artist residential, like a doctor or some shit. Um, that would be ideal circumstances, but you know, modern times, and it's like so crazy how the animation industry has been affected, which is why I haven't like been super eager to dive back into things. But I don't know. You're likely aware of like the strikes that went on in the film industry. So sorry, I live in
Mhm.
like the middle of the city, so we're looking into soundproof curtains.
No problem. No problem at all.
But yeah, I don't. You're probably aware, like in the fall when there were the like SAG-AFTRA strikes and the writer strikes and everything. Similar things were happening in the animation industry the year prior, and they would have joined in on those strikes, but due to like the guild contracts that had been written, they couldn't join in until next October. So that was really unfortunate that it wasn't able to be like the whole kind of media community, but it makes it scary for me to like want to dive back into that and like write up my resume when it's like people in like the animation industry, like I think it's like storyboarders have only had a 7% increase in income, like not accounting for inflation. So like since the 50s, I believe.
Yeah, it's definitely not one to one, and that's going to be a very interesting conversation sooner rather than later. Is like how quick are people going to start going to AI sources and just putting down, the thing about using AI as art is it can only pull from existing sources. So anything that it creates is going to be some kind of amalgamation of like, oh, the algorithm calculated that it needs this much of this, and so the source material has to be there for it to pull from, but it's just about efficiency. These companies wouldn't give up going to AI to write jokes. Why would they not give that up? They were just gung ho that they refused to give that part of the contract up, and that's why the strikes escalated the way they did. It's like, you know, it's a very scary trend, and I can see, why a lot of artists have skin in that game is because like that's your job getting replaced by automation, very similar to other industries.
Yeah. And just over the past, 2 weeks, so many um, jobs in just all over different like tech and art industries have just been lost to AI. Like, I know this is like a silly example, but I had like over a 200-day streak in Duolingo and I
Mhm.
uninstalled it because of like how many people they just laid off to move to AI. And I think Nickelodeon is doing a lot of the same as well. And so people are having weekly Wednesday walkouts. And so Nickelodeon's hiring for scabs right now.
Yep.
And uh, I think Discord is doing the same. So I didn't realize when I was about to like I almost applied for an internship and then totally forgot about the deadline. But they laid some people off for AI replacements there as well. And it's really scary to see as an artist because people make the argument of like inspiration. And it's like, oh, like every artist, there's like no such thing as an original idea,
Mhm.
which is, it has its merits, but when you look at then this AI generated image where it's like, oh, this is very clearly someone's signature that got blurred slightly.
Yeah.
Um, and so that's the type of things that are really scary to look at. So there's that on top of like the pay issue, and then streaming issues as well. So there's no syndication, um, like syndication benefits when a show does well,
Yeah.
whenever it's on streaming. So imagine if people who wrote on The Office were getting royalties for the amount of times it's been streamed.
Yeah.
They don't, and that's so crazy and scary. And so, keeping my toes back,
Yeah.
and finding different avenues.
Yeah, and I mean that's the unfortunate situation that artists are put in, and writers and even musicians is like, Spotify pays the lowest rate for musicians. And so, but they're by far the most popular platform, and they have the leverage in those contracts to work that into it that, hey, because you're going to get so many more streams on our platform, we don't have to pay you as much. And, they have that leverage, just like the companies that run these animation studios have the leverage to say, yeah, we're just going to go storyboard with AI because it's cheaper, it gets done faster. It's like, yeah, well, are we just completely forgetting that people need jobs, or are we just kind of putting that in the rear view? Like, how are we going to go about this within the next couple of years?
Yeah, and they've also started combining a lot of jobs. Like storyboarding used to be so incredibly simple. Like if you look at Batman the animated series, um, those storyboards were very simple. It was just enough to see like this is when a camera cut happens, this is when an action is taken, and this is like the values. So they're like black versus white and gray. Um, and then you compare them to how they are now, and it's practically like almost a full animation. Like if an action is happening, like if someone's punching, you're gonna see most of those frames. Um, yeah, just keep doing that. That's great. I'm gonna see most of those frames, which used to be a whole separate position that would be working on animatics. So getting the key poses, and then you would have an animator then go through and smooth everything out. And then on top of that, you had writers, color designers, background artists, and like you had all of these, and now a lot of it's being combined into the storyboarder position. Um, and so that used to be an easier job to get and apply for. My like high school animation teacher was like,
Mhm.
"Hey, like no one really thinks about this one. Um, you should like think about gearing yourself towards that." And now it's like one of like 10 positions you can apply for.
Um,
Uh,
so Fractured Reality, or I guess Fracky, you guys call them, I've heard that before, said, I'm
yeah.
curious if Casey has looked into smaller animation projects run by independent studios or animation work on indie games. Is that something you've looked into in the past?
Not as much as I should. And I think that's kind of where I want to start heading. 'Cause I want to get myself back into applications like over like the next month or two.
Mm.
Um, and I think that's where I'm going to start looking is more independent projects. And I definitely want to work on at least one game in my life. I think would be pretty fucking sick.
Yeah.
Uh, if I could work on a horror game, I think that would be ideal. Um, they're just so much more fun and like so much like psychological shit shoved together.
Yeah.
So neat.
It's like recording metal music versus pop. Like you get all your emotions out when you do art for a horror game. Like you're going to be drawing possibly gory stuff and there's going to be psychological aspect to it. So it feels like you really run the whole gamut of emotions when you work on a game like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think like emotion is what's really important to me as wanting to be in like that art industry. Like I mentioned earlier, like um, learning like emotional skills through TV shows.
Yeah.
Um, like that's such an important element to art in general, but I think to like animation for sure is that it can teach such simple or like such important lessons through simple jokes.
Yeah, and it's a very admirable career path too, because I think that a lot of kids, I was kind of in a similar situation. Like once I got to a certain age, my parents were just like, yeah, just watch Nickelodeon or watch Disney all day and
Yeah.
play video games, and it's like, you know, that might be good if you're actually watching kid oriented shows, but then you may learn some things that maybe aren't so good to be learning about at that age, and that's why I feel like that career path is admirable because, a lot of these kids, maybe they don't have the support at home that they do need to learn how to control their emotions and socialize and make educated decisions on, tough situations they may be put in school and other things. And so, it does kind of become something that gives you a really strong sense of purpose to be in charge of those animations and to kind of put that content out there for kids.
Yeah, and like giving a kid like a laugh is so important, especially if stuff is hard. Um, and being able to like help them develop their own sense of humor. I know it's very specific, but I think that's so important because being able to like understand the fun in something makes every single day better. and I don't know, that might identify itself in the amount of color in my room and home
Yeah.
is, identifying the fun in whatever you can. Um, Not to say that like punk shit is not identifying fun. It's its own type of deal.
Yeah,
Full
no.
respect. I love the eyeliner.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, for me, especially, and I think for a lot of people that I've talked to, it's like when you're that age, when you're kind of younger than 10, that's when the most impactful memories happen for you. A lot of people talk about, some kid in school insulted them when they were 7 or 8 years old, and they still think about it as a fully grown adult, in their 30s or 40s. And, uh, you know, being the sort of counter to that or the foil to that and introducing positive memories for them is way, way more important than you may think, because that person might think about that when they're in a dark time in their life. They may come back in their 20s and 30s and be like, you know what, that made a really positive impact on me as a kid. And you may not even think, that you're putting it out there. So,
Yeah, and it's like oh, it's such a very long-term goal, but I want to be able to work on something that can inspire nostalgia. So, one of my like previous partners, like watching him watch Gundam and seeing that like sparkle in his eyes, like
mhm.
that is like something I want to be able to do is like be able to have someone look back at something that was important to them when they were a kid and like relive that special feeling.
Yeah, and it's tough too because there's just so much out there. It's like you're never going to be able to win in certain scenarios. Like some parents, they just let their kids loose on the internet, on online game services. They call them like iPad kids, like Gen Alpha. So, I mean, you're never gonna win every battle, but it's like, we can do what we can to try to make sure that
Yeah.
people still live fulfilling lives. And I could never, I mean, I don't have any kids. I don't plan to have them anytime soon, but I could never imagine just like sitting a kid in front of an iPad all day and just doing my own thing. It's like, what was even the point of having a kid?
Oh no, I mean as important as I find like kids media, I am fucking terrified of them.
Yeah.
One wrong word and you fuck those guys up.
Yeah.
Which is so funny because I was a kids tutor, coding tutor for a while, and then I've now worked at a kids swim school for the past 2 years. I don't do much interaction with them, but they slowly have identified me as their best friend, despite a whole wall of a
Mhm.
desk being between us.
Yeah.
They freak me the fuck out.
Yeah, I've heard about like, and this isn't even necessarily a conspiracy theory, but I've heard about like some kids shows in the past kind of sneakily including adult stuff in there and it's like, oh, that's so that both parents and kids can enjoy it. But it's like, well, I don't like the fact that some of them are using like innuendos and different things like that. It's like, I feel like that skirts the line of what is appropriate to put in a kid's show, but I mean, maybe I'm just old
Yeah.
fashioned.
Like, if it's a movie, I feel like that's a little different. Like Shrek
Yeah.
was, a movie that was trying to appeal to everyone, but your parents not sitting down with you and watching Cartoon Network yet, or no, this was Nick. Yeah, yet Ren and Stimpy, it was like stated that some of their goals was to see how much they could skirt past the censors,
Mhm.
which then it turns out that the creator was a total fucking creep. Um, but yet at the same time, you could barely even insinuate a gay relationship. But I
Yeah.
think in Rocco's Modern Life, wasn't he like actually working at a what are they called? Like a sex call center?
Yeah. That was the insinuation. And then there was also like Cow and Chicken had the I can't remember if it was Cow and Chicken that had the devil in it, but there was also Powerpuff Girls that had him, who was basically the
Yeah.
devil. Like he was red and he
Hmm.
had like the pitchfork and everything and was always dressed very provocatively.
Yeah, I loved Cow and Chicken and like yeah, just so many weird like butt jokes with the devil, like
Yeah.
very classic like cheek, like C cheeks.
Yeah. Yeah, Powerpuff Girls was one that's kind of weird too, because it had like the mayor and secretary dynamic going on while the episode's happening. You just get like all this weird innuendo with the secretary. It's like, what were they thinking, man? That would never
I
fly
know, and you
nowadays.
never seeing above here.
Yeah.
Hmm. Although I still somehow had the biggest, fattest crush on her.
Oh, the
Hmm.
secretary. Yeah.
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 It's like a redheaded woman. I'm there.
Yeah, I mean they did the classic like oh the scantily clad like American Psycho thing where it's like the scantily clad secretary and he's like flirting with her, he's the mayor or whatever, but yeah, they definitely pushed the envelope a lot in the 90s and I feel like, over time that's sort of been toned down, but at the same time you can still find some really questionable stuff hidden if you're you have the right perspective and you're looking close enough. Some of the stuff is really bizarre, like Bluey and a
Yeah.
few other things.
Yeah, and I know like quite a few Bluey episodes have been banned in America. I think one
Yeah.
of them, because it's like from Australia, I think one of them was about like the choice to have children or not. I think like someone got like a vasectomy, which is a crazy thing to talk about in a kid's show, but that might be coming from like an American's perspective because I think understanding like how a family dynamic can develop can be like really important, and it's one of those things with like how someone understands how the world works and develops.
Yeah, that's something that's interesting too. Is like, kind of speaking, or I guess going back a little bit to Twitch is something I've been meaning to ask you about, and something that I've been curious to get a perspective on from other people. Is like, the animation world is obviously different than live content, but
Mhm.
we have seen in the past, like with certain fandoms, things go a little bit too far. Like,
Mm.
for horror movies, like the lady that played the original Friday the 13th main character, like someone was stalking her. And like even in animation work, this has happened. Like voice actresses and voice actors get stalked at conventions and stuff.
Yeah.
Um, when it comes to Twitch, there is the big buzzword, and it has been for a couple of years, is parasocial. Do you think that that dynamic exists? I mean, you don't have to go into detail if you've ever experienced anything like that, but do you think that dynamic exists to the degree that people talk about it? Or is it something that's a little bit over exaggerated?
I think it absolutely does exist, and even if people aren't taking the actions that they like threaten, it still creates that feeling within someone. I've been lucky to not have that really come up. I would say like I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I've had like too much of that come up for me. But I've never really been too big on anything, and I do kind of have a fear of if I blow up or something, how I would
Mhm.
handle that. It's terrifying. Um, but yeah, people can definitely get parasocial. I've like seen it happen to people. And yeah, again, if they're not, even if they're not, say, going to take the action of breaking into someone's house, if they're making someone feel like that's a possibility, that's still not fucking cool.
Yeah, I feel like it's part of a very destructive dynamic that we have now. It's like getting swatted is a rite of passage as a content creator. It's like once you hit X amount of followers, get ready because it's going to happen eventually. So, I mean, we now have people that are like reaching out to their local police departments once they hit 100K subs to just warn them, like, hey, just letting you guys know you might get a call and it's going to be a false alarm, but they have to show up with like the riot gear the first time anyway because they can't be playing that cry wolf game until they know for sure. So, it's
Yeah.
unbelievable.
And there's a reason there's a rise in VTubers, um, and PNG tubers and anything along those lines. People are now finding the necessity to keep a wall up, which, if you need to play a character for that to be a thing, and I understand like there's other reasons people like to do that, like they have like some social anxiety but still want to be able to have like that interaction. Um, but like for a lot of people it's because they don't want people to find like that attachment, and yeah, there's so many reasons for that community growing, but it's just so awful that that is a thing, and yet their identities still get revealed, either through like an accident with their like
Their software.
software,
Yeah.
yeah, or whether it be due to someone like finding their shit, I VPN still managing to get the IP address and all sorts of different crazy things.
Yeah, that's what's also nuts too is like people can't even do proper setup videos anymore because there's there's motherfuckers out there that will like go to Zillow listings and they'll compare the house before it was bought versus when it was bought because they know where the person lives generally, and like a lot of the big content creators are in like Austin because of the
Mm.
tax situation, or they're in LA. So they're like, okay, we'll look for LA and we'll look for a house that looks similar to like this angle in the. It's nuts the way that they do it, but like you can't even do a proper setup video anymore unless you just have like dividers or curtains everywhere. That's why like I can't remember his name. The guy who has like the Japanese dividers behind him. He recently got a big YouTube contract.
Mm.
Saikuno. Um, yeah,
I watch
Saikuno,
random stuff.
he has to put those dividers behind him because if he showed his room, these parasocial people would find out where he lives. Yeah, Linus from Linus Tech Tips blurs out his windows for that reason. It's crazy.
Yeah, like it's like a very niche thing, but she's a Ukrainian fashion historian.
Mhm.
Very niche, but she was giving like a tours of like she's been renovating her 1920s apartment and she was still blurring out her windows because just the fear that someone could possibly get that attachment, be that fucked up, and who knows if she's already had some of those interactions. That's even if you're like prepping for it, to feel that necessity is like crazy, and I really need to stop talking about it's. I live in a very specific spot.
Yeah.
Um, there's only two possibilities of the block I can live on, so I've got to stop talking about that.
Yeah, that's I mean that's the thing too. It's like, being anonymous on the internet and having that anonymity that a VTuber has is super important, I feel like, for some people because even things like Dream, keeping his identity and his face hidden for so long is like the first thing that people do is immediately start digging and trying to find out, oh, what does this person actually look like? Let's look at for like somebody leaked like Dream's high school photo years before he did his face
Yeah.
reveal. Like, what is the point of doing this digging? Like, can we not just respect that they want to be anonymous?
Yeah, and it then like kind of leads into the milkshake duck situations too, which it's good to know who's fucking awful, but oh God, it'd be so cool if I could just blindly enjoy things.
Yeah, and
Um,
well, that's what I think is also fucked up is like there's people who just get out of content creation because they know that that's an inevitability. Is like there was an artist recently, I forget the person's name, but like they made an animation that pissed off a lot of people about women or something like that. And
hmm,
they just were like, you know what? If this is what being a content creator is, I'm not cracked. Yeah, Joe Cat. They were like, I'm not cracked up for
hmm,
this. They just released a twit longer and disappeared off the internet. And it's like, you can't win. You have to. This is just a personal opinion, but I feel like with when people talk about cancel culture, sometimes people do cancel themselves in a way because
yeah,
they legitimize completely bullshit accusations by acknowledging them and responding to them. When you do that, you actually give them legitimacy and a foundation. So, the twit longer responses aren't always the best response, but in this
yeah,
situation, I feel like he really did get screwed.
yeah, and like despite like I mentioned, like never being super popular on much of anything, that was such a fear in me, like especially as like a teenager or like very early, like late teens, early 20s, that what if I post something and it's like socially wrong and I just like miss the mark on something and I fuck
Yeah.
up and someone finds this forever in the future, and I did some like fucked up shit. What if someone digs into, you know, yeah, again, like stuff that I wasn't totally aware that was not cool, and I try to stay really informed to keep that to a minimum. Um, but it's it was like such a crazy fear that kept me from interacting with so many people.
Yeah.
Um, which I regret a lot. I am really happy that I like started streaming and really involving myself in like the streaming community because that has reduced a lot of my internet anxiety. Um, I like have a harder time interacting on the internet than in person, which still
Yeah.
isn't awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like from the outside looking in, it's almost more intimidating because you see, oh, it to us, if you weren't someone who was streaming frequently or you were just a lurker, you would think that there is a mob of people with pitchforks and torches and they are just gonna harass you at every turn. But when you really get involved in content creation, you find out it's not as bad as all that. It's actually more of an isolated, mainly on Twitter, seemingly
Mm,
community. I refuse to call
yeah.
it X, but that's just a personal thing.
No, same. Like, oh God, I was immersed in Twitter for so long. Right now,
Yeah.
I'm not on any social media. I think I just get far too distracted. Um, but oh God, I'm dreading having to go back to fucking market my art.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so deeply seated in its own bubble. It's not until you like take a step back or grow up a little bit that you realize that everything's in its own bubble. I mean, it's the same reason that people's annoying uncles believe QAnon shit.
Yeah.
Um, it's all just feeding its own Ouroboros of bullshit.
Yeah, and exactly what Fracture just said. The expectation that people wouldn't learn and grow from the positions they hold when they were young and stupid too. Yeah, like we all had stupid opinions. Like I grew up in the South. There's a bunch of racists in the South. If my parents weren't so inclined to teach me the right way, I could have been swayed in that direction. And, I was a young, impressionable kid. I may not have known any better. So it's like, yeah, people are going to say and do dumb shit when they're in their teens or late teens on the internet and they're trying to be edgy. Edgy humor was in for a while, so people were always trying to push the envelope. And
Yeah.
like, what can we expect of people? Like, if someone makes a genuine apology video, you're already screwed, because it's like people in the comments will say this looks like it was AI generated and this isn't legitimate because you didn't cry, I only saw one tear. It's like it'll never be good enough no matter what the apology video is.
Yeah, like um my sister was pretty heartbroken about this one, still brings it up, but Jenna Marbles. Whenever like there was, I guess it felt like a very big explosion of people digging into old shit.
Yep.
And she had like, I think it was a video where she tried a million different like self tanners and
Hmm.
bronzers and stuff.
Yeah.
Um and I didn't look too far into this one, but um there was definitely like people were talking about insinuation of things that could be like racist or stereotyping or something. I didn't myself like go look at the video and
Hmm.
like all this different stuff. I refuse to invest myself on things too much that don't affect my life. Um,
Smart. Very
and
smart.
I have stuff to do.
Yeah.
Um, but and then she like completely reeled back from the internet. She's like, never mind. I could have, like, I fucked up, wasn't cool. I don't think it'd be right even if I only pulled this video down. But being a content creator has already stressed me out enough. Like, I can't do it anymore.
Yeah. Well, it's just not really. I don't know what people expect of others. When people make mistakes, in my personal life, the only thing I need from you is a genuine apology and meaningful change. That's it. If you apologize, you make meaningful change, and it's not in a bullshit way. You know what? We're cool. We can repair that bridge. But it feels like there is no redemption because this whole internet never forgets mentality of, well, the video's always going to be there. So that mistake is
Yeah.
always going to be there for the world to see. Like, you can't erase what you've fucking done. So I don't know what these people expect. Like, if the person genuinely apologizes, makes change, fixes their mentality on things, and displays that change, like, what else can we expect of them? I feel like that's more than fair enough, for them to atone for those mistakes.
Yeah, and I think at the time that video was like 8 or 10 years old,
Yeah, it was when that type of humor was what people did to get views, unfortunately, but that's just how it was.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier like coming from the South. Very similar. I am from the South. My family's from Louisiana. My dad was military, but we ended up settling down in like Texas for a long time.
Hmm.
Um, and so I'm sure that there's a lot of um what's the word? Sorry, I have like a medication where one of the side effects is word loss. So I have a great vocabulary, just cannot recall it.
No, no problem.
Um, but it's not stereotyping, prejudice. Like,
Yeah,
I'm sure that there was some prejudice that sounds awful to say, but grew out of, because I came to realize how the world works and realized and looked into and self-reflected. Um, but you grow as a person, and you see how things work. You realize those deep-seated things. Yeah, you only know what you know. Yeehaw. Um,
true. Yeah.
um, but it's a process for everyone, and similarly, I'm really lucky that my dad was like really aware of teaching his kids like the right things, but to his own ability as well. Like, he lived in Louisiana for most of his adolescence, but he knew it was really important to try and introduce my sister and I to the world. And so I'm in ways like thankful we were military brats, because we got to move around. I kind of wish we moved a little bit more, but also not, because I think that would fuck me up in its own ways.
Yeah, I definitely went through that. Moving schools when you're in like middle school is the worst. You got to get used to a whole new group of people. You got to figure out like where your friend group is. And the first few days, you're just like the new kid. So yeah, I can definitely, that would be extremely impactful for me to have experienced that more than once. But like she
Yeah.
said, I mean, you aren't even out of your parents' household until generally you're 17, 18. So in that time, what you hear in the house, what you hear your parents saying, what you hear your parents' friends coming over and discussing, that's just what you know. And, nobody gets the choice of what family they're born into. And yeah, everybody's going to have those instinctual prejudices that are built in. I think everybody experiences that to a degree. But,
Yeah.
if you go out into the world, you go out and for me, it was the workforce, going out into the workforce changed everything for me.
Mm.
All my biases disappeared and you just kind of learn that, you're just honestly, it just kind of changed things from like a prejudiced perspective against other people to cynicism about capitalism is what it changed to for me. So
Yeah.
I totally get it, but it's like we can't go back 11 years and judge somebody based on their mentality then. That's just not really fair, I don't feel like.
Yeah. I didn't even come from like, I came from the west side of Louisiana, where it is backwoods, incredibly white.
Yeah.
They've got like sundown towns and everything. I think, back when she was on the podcast, we mentioned she had driven with me to visit for my grandma's birthday. And it was like, hey, we're not going to stop in this town. Um, we're just going to go another like 2 hours down the road before we get gas.
Yeah.
Um, and being in uh like the town that my family lives in, um, I've been there with like plenty of different people, and sadly, different folks get different looks, and it's like really disappointing. My family's very racist. My mom's side, which is awful. My grandmother once said Martin Luther King, he was just a troublemaker.
Yeah.
That's fucked.
Yeah. I mean, older people in part of my family kind of have those built-in prejudices as well, and it's like they just never left the isolation of their, there's literally a town in Kentucky called Whitesburg. I think I talked about that with she.
Yeah.
Like I wonder how they came up with that name. I wonder how they got
Yeah.
together and determined what that town was going to be called.
No, and there's, still like neighborhoods, like gated communities named stuff like that, and it very intentional, laid out by the city planners that like, yeah, this is where, the quote unquote better people live. And like, what the fuck? And
Yeah.
like
I
I have
feel
like a special interest in city planning, and so like I don't know. I look a lot into that stuff, and I think that's important to like stay aware of.
For sure. And I think it also, it's kind of in this whole concept of old money, people who made their livings, generationally a few decades ago, say like the 50s and 60s. They live in these gated private communities. They live in these big houses. They don't know anything about the world. Literally, they're in their own bubble and they never leave it. And so they just never get the opportunity. Now, I'm not saying that those people are fault, those people can't be faulted for that. Like I
Mm.
don't care what age you are. I feel like everybody can still learn and change and, develop
Yeah.
as a person. But Yeah, it's just one of those dynamics, like with the internet just capturing everything. And I feel like this is a lot of the reason why Hollywood's popularity is dying too, is like
Mm.
we actually get to see how horrible like the Hollywood execs are now, whereas in the 80s and
Yeah.
90s none of that stuff was on display and it was all happening in private.
Yeah, and like there were definitely jokes and insider, like, not a secrets, but the everyday man, woman, whatever, wasn't like privy to those like those happenings and everything. And yeah, I can definitely see that. It's like saying, I think people are like, I've heard before, like, there's no like serial killers in the modern world because they can't disappear.
Yep. Yep.
Which not super true, but it is really hard to disappear now. Not only like if you ever post anything ever, but also like Big Brother is totally a thing.
Yep.
Um,
Oh yeah, I mean, Reddit detectives have solved so many cold cases that real legitimate and skilled police departments could not. Like private detectives couldn't solve these things, but you get Reddit on the case. Like there are people that are as good or better than like FBI professionals that are just browsing Reddit. And they're just
yeah.
these unknown hackers that have the ability to get into things and geolocate. And, there's like that guy that's really extremely good at GeoGuessr. Like someone like that would be so good at, figuring out these cold cases because he could use just like context clues to be like, yeah, it's this state, it's in this area of this state. It's just crazy.
If only those doxers would instead pivot to
Yeah.
Reddit detectives.
Yeah, if the energy was channeled, that's the funniest thing too. It's like if your guys' energy that you spend trying to figure out where streamers live and send cops to their house was channeled in this direction, boy, wouldn't we have such a more valuable, contribution.
You could have such a good hobby. You're clearly like smart in some
Yeah.
capacity. God,
Yeah, just in all the wrong. Yeah, it's like she said, yeah, do something valuable and touch some grass for the love of
touch
God.
some grass. Oh God. Ugh. It's just dumb.
Yeah, and I mean, it sucks too because like, with AI and the thing that's really freaking me out about it is deep fakes. Like I don't know if you guys have ever
Mm.
seen this or heard of this, but one of the scariest websites I've ever seen is thispersondoesnotexist.com.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it creates the most realistic. As long as there's only one person on screen, it creates the most realistic. Like you would never know. If they showed this person's photo on the news and said that they like killed somebody or that they were a victim, nobody would ever know. And
Yeah.
and it's just unbelievable. And there's like this cat does not exist.com, this dog does not exist, and you can just fabricate it. It's like I could
Mhm.
easily see a news org being like, hey, slow news day. Yeah, let's just grab a couple of faces off of here and just say that they did this and that and get the ratings.
Yeah, and it used to be kind of a you could kind of trust video the most as far as like things that would come out that would be like controversial or something. It's like, oh, well, there's a video. And of course, there was definitely still like editing. There's been
Yeah.
editing since we figured it out. Um, but it's becoming less and less trustworthy. It's great that those tools are accessible now because a lot like there's so many different people that are given the opportunity to figure out creative things, but so many people use that shit for awful things. Um, it's great when people make the like silly this person does not exist and they have like 4 rows of teeth. I find those
Yeah.
hilarious. But figuring out how to do shit just to trick people. I mean, there was that huge like controversy with the streamer who like accidentally showed the tabs of the deepfakes of his friends
Yeah.
who were also streamers. That
Yeah.
Why would you use your tools to be awful?
Yeah,
Because
and
it's not fan art, you know?
yeah, and there's a difference between like using it for entertainment and using it for more evil purposes. Like, yeah, Dapper, that person, I don't remember his name, but he was friends with Ludwig, and he had like deep fake porn of Ludwig's girlfriend and a bunch of other female streamers and a lot of other stuff. Like it was only for like a split second, but you could see a tab. Atrioc, yeah, I'm not sure. But
Mm.
yeah, you could only see it for like a split second, but he had apparently paid to have this stuff AI generated, and that's why they were so upset because like they had worked hard for years to make sure that they weren't putting themselves out there sexually. They weren't trying to be one of those, because, you know, we know the type. There's a difference between the 18 plus just chatting streamers that do like all the edgy stuff and people that mainly just sit and talk and wear completely normal clothing. And they had tried so hard to build their brand around being not, you know, out there that way and not sexual. And it was just basically taken away from them because somebody was just generating porn of them.
Yeah. And, you know, I think that ties back into the like parasocial conversation of like now people are using these tools to even further delusionize, I don't think that's a
Mhm.
word, themselves to like this is the way this person is.
Yeah.
Um, for a person that does not exist.
Yeah. I mean, it's like you are so far into the delusion of how you feel your relationship with them is as a viewer when ultimately you're just like a screen name to them, that you're
Mm.
generating this fantasy porn of them. And it's like, that's just gonna, that I feel like for people that are already unable to process the difference between what's real and what isn't, it's going to make it even more difficult for them to discern. And then, of course, it gets even worse when people are like, oh, leaked sex tape. And it's not even their body. Like what? And then how are they going to prove that it's not their body? It's just a horrible situation to be put in.
Yeah, and you know, and then that like also like starts to tie into creating completely fake full fabrications of fuel for like political differences.
Yeah.
Um, you know, like weird example, but it's really easy to fake voices. Like you can do dumb shit like the video of Trump, Obama, and Biden playing Overwatch, which is so
Ranking
fucking
Metallica
funny.
albums. Yeah.
Yeah, like you've got stuff like that, but then you know, you can again like flip to the evil side of the coin and push all sorts of anything.
Yeah, it's really easy to fabricate Discord message screenshots. It's really easy to fabricate Twitter message screenshots, and the thing that I see a lot when I scroll, because I get trapped in like the YouTube short, just keep scrolling, or Facebook Reels or whatever.
Yeah.
I see a lot of people faking Joe Rogan's voice and just putting a
Mhm.
shot of like the mic in front of his mouth where you can't see his lips, and then they just put an AI thing being like, "This fact is crazy. You won't believe the last one." And it's like Joe Rogan's voice, but you can tell he didn't actually say that. So
Yeah,
it's only
I
going to
mean
get
like
worse.
I almost didn't graduate high school for my absences, and I was in a graphic design class, so I had free access to Photoshop and just photoshopped a bunch of doctor's notes. Everyone did it for each other in class.
Yeah.
We were fucking awful.
Yeah, like we've all made poor decisions and done things that I'm sure we regret, but it's like oh yeah, Dapper just said, I don't know if it's a hot take, but I feel like it's all bad. Like faking voices and faking people saying things is just as bad. Well, yeah, because right now it's a tool. Right now it's funny. Right now it's a plaything and we're all just messing around with it. It's like a fun thing. Some people make funny ones, like they'll make funny edits, and but it's like, what are we going to look like in 2 years when it's so advanced that you can't tell the difference? When the AI is the inflection, the intonation, and the way they speak is so accurate to the way that someone actually talks, how are they supposed to prove? Unless you are just documenting everything you say and do all day, how can you give yourself an alibi for something if it gets that
Yeah.
accurate?
Like I one of the YouTubers I watch, he's fucking popular, Jarvis Johnson, he just
Mhm.
did a video on he was watching just TikToks of this conspiracy theorist lady with like kind of like flat earther vibes. And she had like used a photo and he's like, I don't think this means anything because there's like proof of giants and shit.
Yeah.
And so he did a full deep dive, different way back machine look into things. And it's like, oh, this is from a Photoshop competition in 2006.
Yeah.
Um, you know, like there's a reason it looks real. It's because it was a payout competition on a website that's now defunct that people who are not looking that far into things are believing is true. Um,
Yeah. That. like Adipai said, Metal Gear Solid 2 warned us. I mean, not even really to get into that conversation, but basically that game brings up the topic of curating information on the internet, and whoever
Mm.
is in control of those algorithmically, the information that you find, the information that pushes to the top, and stuff that's readily available versus search results that are hidden, is ultimately in control of what's true or not. Because
Yeah.
I know so many people that are like, I don't know anything about this, I'm going to Google it. And there's that whole meme about, oh, you never should have to go to the second page of Google. So
Yeah.
nobody deep dives, they just look for the first row of results. And if you get a bunch of bullshit in the first row, then all of a sudden you've now believed misinformation and you're on that train.
Yeah, and I think that was actually the first stream I saw of yours was the end of Metal Gear Solid 2, and like you were like going through all that, and it
Yeah.
was like mind blowing that that came out with Metal Gear Solid 2. But um yeah, it's just absolutely wild. And there I have a friend that is like really into conspiracy theories, but he definitely like traps himself in own his own views and gets caught in like the really dumb bubbles, but it doesn't
Yeah.
look dumb to him. And he had sent like, yeah, this is what's happening. Here are the doctors that are saying it, blah 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 blah. And I was like, this is dumb. This is pissing me off because I was also just pissed off at the world
Yeah.
because it was some COVID shit. Um, and so I was like, you know what, fuck this. And I like deep dive. I look into these doctors' credentials, blah 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 blah. And like, turns out these doctors aren't that credible. They have doctorates from places that aren't the most strict on how to get a doctorate, and have been debunked on so many different things. And I was like, look at this. And he's like, oh, well, you used Google. I can't
Yeah.
even like
Yeah.
handle that anymore.
It's impossible because you're either in on it, you
Mm,
refuse to believe the truth, or you got information from bad sources. Like I swear it's like there's people in life that are more afraid of being wrong than they are for the conspiracies they look into to be true. Like
yeah,
and they will defend and double, triple, quadruple down. But my dad says this, and it's so true. Finding the right and correct information is like a full-time job. You have to do so
yeah,
much digging, and the only way to really do it is to like compare from all these different sources, and the information that is corroborated by all the different sources. That is what you can generally believe is true. But even then, you can't say that it's 100% fact because you weren't physically there. Like there's so much
yeah.
work that goes into finding the right information. And it's just daunting for people. They just want to go to a tweet and be like, "Yep, that's the truth."
And like, what is truly frustrating is for anyone to like cite their own sources, do their own research, and like do those deep dives for it to really not feel, but be credible, especially when it comes to science stuff.
Yeah.
Um, you need like college or industry access to those different research paper sites. Like, um, writing like essays for my art history classes, and all of the different papers that I had to go through, and all of the different access to like restricted libraries because of like kind of crazy paywalls just for legitimate information. Not everyone has that access.
Yeah.
Um, and so it's fucked because like no one can truly go through everything. You know, if you like just read something off of Wikipedia, who fucking knows?
Yeah, that's the thing too. It's like just like people can't handle the responsibility of anonymity on the internet, some people can't handle being presented with so much information, and a lot of people want to use it for pretty, dark things. Like they want to put out misinformation to boost their click-through rates, and they want to boost their CPM on YouTube, and they want to get their crazy thumbnails of like, oh my
Yeah,
God, this doctor said
like
what
a red
about COVID?
arrow, like
Yeah, red arrows and like, clouds of smoke everywhere. It's like,
circles and shit.
yeah. And they just, and
Ooh.
clickbait is part of the YouTube engine. It just is. Like
Yeah,
it keeps the gears of YouTube turning. It keeps people on the site, and YouTube encourages people to do that to up the watch time.
yeah,
But it's like, at what point are people going to be held responsible? And there's actually a big lawsuit right now because now I can't say the name, but there's basically a dad who alleges that his son was radicalized to join a terrorist organization because YouTube was suggesting and serving the kid those videos. And if he wins
Ooh.
this lawsuit, it's called Gonzalez versus Google. If he wins this lawsuit, the way that algorithms work on every social media platform has to fundamentally change.
Yeah, and while algorithms are great for discovering new things, they are new to you in the topics that you already like. It is,
Yeah.
yeah, that bubble. It's the same reason people get stuck in conspiracies or radicalized. I didn't know there was a lawsuit. I definitely want to follow that because,
Yeah.
yeah, Jesus.
Well, we know, just based on the context of the case, we know that YouTube doesn't really have a strong defense because they've been trying to recruit YouTubers with over 1 million subs to do affidavit statements. They contacted this guy named Captain Sparkles, who's a big Minecraft YouTuber, and he made a
Yeah.
video about this. They basically want to get them to make sworn statements saying, I've never seen this type of content being served. It's like, if you're resorting to that, you probably don't have the strongest defense in the world.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know if you've probably seen shit about like what happens with YouTube kids content.
Yeah.
And especially with there being like iPad babies,
Hmm.
they're just being shown this just disturbing, unnerving things, but it's like so entertaining to their minds that it keeps being generated and generated. And it just piles up to be weirder and weirder in its own form of clickbait, and then it becomes its own algorithm of connecting these fucked up videos to each other. I hope it's fine that I'm cursing like a sailor.
Oh, I
It's
have
just
been
kind of the
too.
way that
So
I
yeah.
am.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're 18 plus. We're good to go.
Yeah. Um, but it's so crazy, like the second you look into it. Like if you sit down and watch Coco Melon, which is what toddlers are like obsessed with,
Yeah.
that stuff is so like, oh, this is gonna create some sort of detachment within your mind. Um, like the everyone, like I feel like everyone's aware of the like Johnny Johnny tell no lies, like that comes
Yeah.
from a Coco Melon thing, and it's like, okay, it's like a weird. This looks weird. There's like a talking fridge with no context.
Yeah.
Um, and then
Disturbing.
it like weirdly doesn't even have like proper grammar, which I feel like is in a lot of like pre-K like content, is
Yeah.
that you're trying to show a kid like proper things like through just presenting it in front of them in fun ways with fun colors and songs. But it's not even doing that. It's literally just fun colors and songs, and it becomes just kind of a liminal space of content, I feel like.
Yeah.
It it feels like I'm living in the world of Windows XP screensavers when I see content like that.
Yeah.
It's like none of this is right.
Yeah. 100%. It brings up the conversation of like education versus stimulation. And I feel like they're going more, we just want to stimulate the kids and keep them watching, keep the eyes on the content so that our ratings go up and our revenue increases. But it's like, at what point are you forgetting the fact that these are supposed to be foundationally equipping these kids with the information that they need?
Yeah.
Something that I really advocate for is we need financial classes for kids that are in like, I would say starting in middle school. Like teach them about a fucking credit score, teach them about how to manage a credit card, how to do all these things, because like these are skills that people are not equipped with, and when it comes time that they need to use them in the real world, they don't have them. So you can make this stimulating content all you want, but it's like, what is this doing? What is this contributing?
Yeah, like God, I'm sure statistics would have been far more useful to me as a middle schooler than geometry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, I don't know when I'm gonna need to find the. I forgot to turn off my sound alerts. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I didn't hear that. It's okay. It didn't come through here.
No, no, it shocked me. It's just like a fucking fart reverb.
I'm actually kind of sad it didn't come through.
But God, who's doing that? We're gonna turn that shit off. God, now I've lost my whole train of thought.
You
Who
were
knows where
saying
that went?
like it with stimulation and education, you were saying that it kind of brings up the whole conversation of like, what was useful to me in school. versus,
Yeah.
yeah, like, and for the same for me, it's like I spent so much time sitting there fucking graphing parabolas on my TI-84 while my teacher preached to me that I would never have a calculator in my pocket everywhere I go. And it's like, I really wish I could have had a class on how to manage my credit score, how to maintain, good interest rates when I need to get a house, when I need to get an auto loan. But instead, I had to basically learn all this stuff on the fly because nobody was there to coach me through the things that I actually needed in life.
Yeah, and when I was taking pre-cal, the only examples that my teacher could come up with would be using superheroes um as examples of like, okay, if Superman needs to stop an asteroid from hitting the planet Earth, at
Yeah.
what angle does he need to fly in at which velocity to stop it from hitting this specific city?
Yeah.
Like,
Very based in reality examples we're working with here.
yeah, like that is not the important thing. I'm not gonna go into astrophysics. That's not kind of like the basis I need in my life. If
Hmm.
I was interested in it, I would take classes
Yeah.
for it on purpose.
Yeah, we need more variety in high school. Like, yeah, there's electives, and we had a system where, like, you could choose to go art or music. You could choose. We had a class called From Books to Hollywood, where people could look at like the translation methods in literature and movies and different things. But it's like, that's entertainment. That's the entertainment industry. Yeah, it's a fun class to read books and then watch the movie adaptation of the book. But like, how is this preparing me for life? It's not really. We're just
Yeah.
sitting here having a good time.
Yeah, not unless you're like diving into directorial choices
Yeah.
or anything. And I know I was really lucky to have what was called the Career Center. Um, and, I was able to take animation 1 and 2, graphic design 1 and 2. I took video game design. I got to do like all these different things, and I know that that was a lucky opportunity to be able to make those choices because I know so many people where they didn't really have a choice and they're like, yeah, I took this science class that I didn't fucking care about, and I failed all of my shit because I wasn't interested. Though I did take plant and soil science as an elective, not interesting. Learn
Yeah.
a lot about loam.
Yeah. Adipie said colleges today are still a gigantic waste of time unless you want to work in research. Yeah, we called it the Gen Ed vortex, and I knew so many people that were in it. It's like semester after semester. Oh, getting my Gen Eds out of the way. It's like, bro, you're in your fourth semester. You've spent $40,000, $50,000 at our university. It was even more, and you're just doing Gen Eds. Like, you got to make a decision, man. You're encroaching on 100K of student debt, and you don't know what you want to do.
Yeah, and I'm thankful for like my art history classes, but like I for a second, whenever I was trying to be realistic, and be like, where do I want my life path to go? I was like, maybe I'll be a history teacher because I do really love history. And I was like, that's not gonna pay me any better than art. Um, and then I did start going to school and was taking like my first art history class, and I was like, fuck, I love this. What if I do art history? And I was like, wait, then I'd just be an art history teacher. There's not really any other choice.
Yeah.
And which is like really disappointing because it's really important stuff to know, like history repeats itself. If you don't know history, you'll make the same mistakes. Um, but like, and I find it so incredibly interesting that finding a pot in the ground can tell us so much about society at that very moment in time. I
Yeah.
find that so fascinating, although the amount that I had to learn about flying buttresses, I swear to fucking God.
Yeah, I had a class because I was going into computer information systems or CIS, and when I got into coding class, I immediately was like, yeah, this is not for me. Everybody came in all excited, and then once we had hit like the third week of us just looking at presentations of fucking just gibberish. I mean, code. You know what code looks like? It's fucking slashes and X's,
Oh
and it
God.
looks like just a gigantic algebra formula in front of me. And for the third week in a row, I'm just like, I this is just not what I want to be doing. So I dropped that class,
Yeah.
and I was done. But I did really quickly want to mention we've been going for about an hour and a half. Do you need a break, or do you need water or anything, or are you good?
Um, Nah, we're solid.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just
Let
wanted to
me
ask
like
because I know it's getting kind of late for you.
sound alerts. Oh no, I know it's late for you. Like, good Lord. I am usually up pretty late.
Same. Yeah.
Pretty late. Gosh, I wish I had more time for streaming, but I work like doubles and then I come home from work and I'm like rushing home at 7:30. I'm like, okay, I'll get this together.
Yeah.
Um, and then I stream for like several hours.
Yeah,
And I
I'm a
love it.
major night owl as well, but it's like, you just know once you hit like the 1
That's
to 2
special.
a.m. mark. Oh, appreciate that. You just know once you hit like the 1 to 2 a.m. mark that shit's just not going to be the same. It's like I'm not going to have the energy I need tomorrow.
Yeah, and um gosh, like mental health note, little bop on that. So I have bipolar disorder, and whenever I'm like experiencing any sort of fluctuation, it affects sleep a lot. So if I'm like dipping into a depressive episode, I cannot stop sleeping. If I'm dipping into a manic episode, I cannot go to sleep. I do not feel the urge.
Hmm.
And that's kind of been like where I'm at lately. And I'm like, 4:30, ugh, feels kind of like a bad, bad choice. I have
Yeah.
work in 5 hours.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to derail. I need to turn my sound alerts off as well, but thank you, Tap Water, for the 10 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. I'll call those out later since we're having a conversation right now, but thank you for that. I appreciate that. Um, yeah, that's that's so fucking crazy. I think everybody at one point or another goes through that where you're just kind of knocking classes out and you don't necessarily know what you want to do in life. But Salt said in the chat, like, I feel like I've ruined my life for not just doing something instead of being scared and not doing it. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, it's nobody. See, I'm a big inspired by Conan O'Brien, and he had a famous speech when he left or he stepped down from the Tonight Show where he said nobody gets exactly what they thought they were going to get in life. You can. There's a speedrunner who quit Twitch because he became a civil engineer. He in high school started the path. In college, he did 8 straight years of becoming a civil engineer. He became a civil engineer, and even he said this thing that I've been on this path for 10 plus years not at all like I expected it to be once I was actually in the position. So things are so different, and you never know, even if it's the career path you've always wanted, you never know what it's going to be like until you're in that role.
Yeah, and it can be so incredibly scary, but it's honestly, it's never a bad idea to look into whatever interests you. You know, there's the saying, Jack of all trades,
Mhm.
master of none.
Yeah.
But, there's the second half of the saying that is not brought up as often. Um, I believe it's like, but some is better than one.
Hmm.
Um, and that is like really cool and important, and like in the art world it's important to fill up your I think it's like your art vault or something, but it's where you can go to pull inspiration, because if you're fucking basement demon scribbling away all day, you're not gonna have any reference for life at all. So
Yeah.
what are you offering besides recreations and the views of your basement? Um,
Yeah. And
and yeah,
you can feel free to not go into this as deeply as you want, but you mentioned, with your bipolar disorder, that's something that unless you're out in those social situations, it feels like it's really tough to determine how to kind of balance that. Is that kind of what you've noticed in your experience?
yeah, and I have no qualms being like vocal about it. I like prefer to be vocal about it
Mhm.
because it's uh better to ask for what is it, like permission than forgiveness, but
Right.
instead like asking for understanding instead of like holding away and be like, I'm so sorry, like we'll get it together.
Yeah.
um but yeah, it's been great to kind of like reach out with that information and connecting with people that do have the same or similar like mental disorders or struggles, and then not only relating to them but being able to like offer help as well. with what I've done to help myself for the better. That's not to say that it doesn't come with its own like worries. Like I've definitely had people in the truest sense of gaslight me into believing that no, you're going crazy. It's an episode. Like that
Yeah.
totally didn't happen. Or, you shouldn't be this upset about something. Um, and it's still important to be vocal about it because then other people can be more aware of like what is realistic, what is not, and when to ask for help.
Yeah, like you've been out in the workforce, you've had some time and you've had various different roles, and there may be some people who are in the same boat as you were, and maybe they are super afraid to get into those roles. Like now you have the experience and you can kind of pass along that knowledge of, this is what helped me, this is what worked for me, and that, I think that kind of also ties back to what you want to do with animation, which is really cool, is you want to bring awareness to some of the social situations and equip people who may not have been in the workforce themselves or just not really well equipped emotionally for life in general.
Yeah, and I think that that's definitely been a big draw to wanting to provide that is yeah, I mentioned a lot like emotional regulation, which is really important with this disorder. And then also understanding that there are situations in which you like can't really help what happens. It's like a podcaster I really like. He has bipolar disorder and he consistently like brings up like it's not my fault, but it is my responsibility.
Right. Yeah.
And that is like such a huge struggle, but it's really the only way to figure out how to function. And so it's I've lost my words on that, but it's really important to figure that shit out. And the amount of people I've encouraged to get medical accommodations for work and that
Hmm.
weren't aware, or to get medical accommodations for school that weren't aware, or even like I don't know, I've been looking into partial disability because I can't work full time. It's just not, or like I can't work like a 40-hour work week. Right now I'm
Hmm.
doing 32 and it's like
Yeah.
really killing it. And it can affect how you function in society, but there are helpful safety nets and there are people that will help you, and it's important to have your own support network built, and you can't have that if you're not telling anybody and instead look like, I mean, it's a harsh way to put it, but instead look like a fuck up.
Yeah.
um
Well, and like you said, that's a great point that person made, is like there are things that are out of my control, but I am still responsible for relaying that information to other people so that they're aware and that they don't take, things to heart. Like I know, for example, there's like Sweet Anita who has Tourette's syndrome, and it literally will cause her to blurt out sometimes offensive things. And she has to apologize for that. But at the same time, people are aware that that's going to happen. And so it's just part of the condition. It's like, you
yeah.
know, uh, it's one of those things where it's like you can still take personal responsibility. And in my experience, at least, if I'm having any type of uh, mental struggle, like just as an example, anytime that I've done like crazy shifts or that coupled with streaming, like last October, I talked to my boss and I was like, man, I can't sleep. I'm like having a lot of trouble. And they were accommodating about it. So, really, if you open up that channel of communication, most good bosses are totally open to that. But that's how you can vet
Yeah.
the good and the bad supervisors. That's for sure.
Yeah, I just recently realized that through several HR changes, they lost my accommodations paperwork. But
Yeah.
luckily, all my bosses are super great. Right now, my sister is my GM. So that's been really interesting. She's like, hey, you were a couple hours late today. I'm like, yes. I sat on my bed and stared into the distance for about half an hour
Yeah.
after waking up an hour late. So I'm sorry. But that's like the shit that you gotta deal with. I'm being fucking bot rated. What the fuck?
Oh, are you getting
Sorry.
follow? follow alerts or
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah, that happened to me a while back. Basically, don't worry about that. Like
Yeah.
if you know that it wasn't you, they'll eventually purge those out. It took like 30 days and they purged mine out, so no big deal.
Jeez Louise. Um, but yeah, it's just so important to be honest about that stuff. And really just I fucking like talking about it. It helps people feel more accepted, and honestly, it takes away a lot of preconceived notions. Like I know for a while it was so upsetting for me to see on TV the only depictions of bipolar disorder were people fucking losing their shit, wrecking their life.
Yeah.
Um,
The
you
Lifetime
know,
special. Lady with bipolar
yeah.
disorder can't hold down the boyfriend or whatever. Just ridiculous
Yeah.
caricatures of it.
Or like anyone who's watched Shameless, the
Yeah.
so bipolar disorder typically hits around like 18, which is kind of when you are fucking up life in general, and it's like, oh, okay, I'm doing it a little bit more than other people. But in Shameless, he's like joined the military, but then steals a helicopter and crashes it, gets kicked out, and all this other sort of shit. And that's the only depictions you see or you hear about like Mariah Carey and Kanye, and Kanye's got a fucking cult,
Yeah.
and it can feel pretty hopeless for that to be the only thing you're looking at, and to like be looking online and be like, hey, like what else can I do? And people just mention like, oh, you gotta find the right cocktail of medication. It's really
Yeah.
scary to look at.
Yeah.
So if me being a small simple streamer, or a coworker can take away some of that stigma and give a little dose of reality, I am so happy to be the one to do that.
Yeah, and not just with supervisors, that's the perfect way. I almost feel like it's a blessing in a way because you can vet friends, you can vet partners in relationships, you
Yeah.
can vet anybody that you want to kind of have in your circle based on the
Hmm.
way that they accept it, the way they interact with you, and if they're kind of playing into that stigma or if they are understanding about it. And half the time when I end up, I have some friends who also have some kind of social conditions as well. Half the time I don't even notice. These depictions on TV and social media, they're so like caricaturized and they're turning these things into entertainment. But when you actually interact with someone, you wouldn't even know had they not
Yeah.
mentioned it to you half the time.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of people don't realize unless I mention something, they just think I'm really tired or angry.
Yeah,
I'm like, no, I almost just responded to an email and telling them to fuck off, and that's my whole job. I can't do that. I'm gonna stay home tomorrow.
yeah,
I literally can't do my job. I'm not just like pissed off and calling out sick because I don't want to deal with this anymore.
yeah,
Um, and yeah, a lot of people don't realize until I mention something. Or, my friends are really supportive. There was a stream I skipped a week ago. I don't know. I skipped it just recently, and I had like that was the day I almost emailed someone to just fuck off. No, you're not getting a refund.
yeah,
Um, I my boss said, "Hey, do you want to take a walk?" Yes. Um, and I had come home and I was like, I'm just gonna sit on my bed like just for a second. I flopped down face first and then passed out for 3 hours, and I woke up to like several messages of like, are you okay, like like, is everything all right, from different people that were either like waiting for me to stream or that are my friends. And that was like so reassuring, and it was before I even realized that something was going wrong. But to have like a support network around me that is just concerned, whether they be aware that it's my brain going a little wibbly wobbly for a moment, um, or I'm just having a bad day.
yeah. Yeah, that's extremely important. If you don't have at least a support structure of close friends, then sometimes you do feel like I'm the only person that does this. Everybody else just seems to assimilate to the capitalist lifestyle just fine. What
Yeah.
is the, sometimes people may even think there's something wrong with me. And that's the kind of mentality that, one thing I will say about modern day society is that people are a lot more aware of these things and they're a lot more
Yeah.
accommodating generally. Um,
Yeah.
like
And
corporations have whole divisions that they're adding to be more
mhm.
accommodating to this type of thing. And that's awesome to see.
It's so cool. It's so amazing. And like sadly, while like self-diagnosing like via internet can be really dangerous,
Yeah.
and honestly, I think in ways like damaging, um, it's it's a slippery slope. Um, I know not everyone can like go to the doctor and everything. I was really lucky to still have like insurance through the military. And I was talking to a counselor for a long time, and honestly, the way I got diagnosed was really like so annoying. But I've been talking to this counselor for a while, and it's like I can't like do therapy. I still have to pay for therapy with the copay, and I work at Sam's Club, and so I'd been like, am I just having a hard time, or am I having a harder time than most people? Um, and being able to like talk to a professional, and there's a lot of like free professionals out there now. Like I know like places like BetterHelp and stuff offer discounted stuff. It's still expensive, but
Hmm.
it pays off so much in the long run. My life is so much easier now that I was lucky to get diagnosed around like 19 or 20. Um, but gosh, I went to a psychiatrist just to get that like final like, yep.
Yeah.
And I like explain everything going on, blah blah blah. And I was like, I don't know. So do you think I might be bipolar? She's like looking at her paper like yeah. I'm like, oh
No
shit.
question. Check mark. Yep.
Like, damn.
Yeah.
Okay. That was that
That
was
was
painful
fast.
to like take home. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. Like, what a reaction. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, you were
but
you were talking about a cocktail of medication too, and there when some people self-diagnose, sometimes they'll go through channels to get that medication without consulting
yeah.
a professional first, and I'm like, you just put yourself in this vice grip of medication because this is going to introduce side effects which you may or may not be ready for. You're going to need more
Yeah.
medication to temper those side effects, which are going to naturally introduce more, and it's not ever going to stop until you eliminate all of it and consult a professional about what you actually need, what your body can actually accept and work with.
Yeah, and if you're throwing excess chemicals at your brain, um, you could be then messing up like how your brain regulates,
Hmm.
and creating a whole entire new way because like bipolar disorder is a hormonal disorder.
Yeah.
So if you're fucking up the way that your hormones interact, like you're screwed. I mean, the medication for bipolar disorder is most often actually seizure medication. It's off-label prescription. Um, but that's because in a very similar way, like they haven't fully explained why it like works the best. They haven't like fully been able to confirm how it works out. Bit of Pythagorean theorem of the brain. Um,
Yeah.
but it's the same way of like seizures happen because of sudden spike in hormones.
Yeah.
So if you're just throwing random ones out there, like you're gonna have a hard time. It's kind of like melatonin is just straight sleep chemicals, and then lo and behold, stuff's coming out now. People who take like a melatonin regularly are now having an even harder time creating the chemicals naturally to like fall asleep. Um,
Yeah, I love seeing the warning label on like I was asking she about dropper versus tablet melatonin the other day. On the
hmm,
dropper melatonin it says non-habit forming. According to who?
God,
It's habit forming. If
yeah,
you're literally drinking melatonin, which is formed of
God,
things that your body should be naturally creating, that's habit forming. You can't just claim that
yeah.
it's non-habit forming. Like,
No. Like if you're going off of medication that like you like Need a lot of these medications have withdrawal symptoms
Yep.
because like you're relying on them. I mean, I hope that never becomes the case with fucking melatonin. That'd be wild. That'd be
Yeah.
absolutely wild. Um, but yeah, like your shit has to figure out how it works again. And so yeah, if you're self-diagnosing and then self-medicating, you could just be creating a whole slew of problems. And like with self-diagnosing, sometimes you're not seeing different dots that can connect. So you could be putting a band-aid on problem A, but that might be connected to problem W.
Way down the line that you don't even realize. Yeah.
Yeah, like if you're having some sort of like altered um, vision of reality, you're probably missing the mark on a couple of things, anyways.
Yeah, Kendo said at least you'll be assured that you're not just making things up, and probably the
Yeah.
confirmation is a weight off your shoulders. Yeah, so people can
Oh, for
stop
sure.
speculating and just telling you to get over it and this different things that
Yeah.
just don't work.
No, when I like told my dad, he was like, "Oh, yeah." I'm like, "Yeah, there's a reason I was kind of fucked up as a kid, just
Yeah.
like, and then a little more fucked up whenever puberty happened. Like the dots connect." And yeah, having that confirmation that I'm not just like a shitty person that doesn't know how to interact in society, and instead like having that reason to back me up, and then being able to find my own, like, put it plainly, like treatment plan, um that feels so much better than fucking raw dogging it through life.
Yeah, for lack of a better word. Yeah.
For lack of a better word.
Yeah, I mean,
White knuckling it, yeah.
yeah, like, Salt said, I feel like a shitty person who can't interact well with society. Well, the thing is, like, you know, the pacing and the timing of this stuff is always going to be different depending on the person. Like, I was in a shell for a long time and I had to take an oral communications class in high school, which I fucking hated. Every day of my life, I hated it. But once I came out the other side, I was like, oh, wow, I can actually like present things now. And I'm not just, shaking in front of like a class of 10 people that are all my friends for no reason. So,
Yeah.
yes, you have to expand and get out of your comfort zone a little bit, but it's like some people just think throwing you into the deep end is the solution. And it's not, everybody has a different way and mean of going about learning how to swim in the deep end. It's not always just jump in.
No. God, that's such a funny analogy, like working at like a kid's swim school.
Yeah.
Um, like there's a lot of like grandparents that bring in their kids and they're like, I just threw my kid in the pool. I don't understand why you guys are paying this much to do this. But like
Yeah.
some of these kids are afraid to touch water. So like with absolutely no experience, just a 1 year old is dipped in a pool and they're losing their shit.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, like you said, that looks different for everyone. Everything, like you get affected in like different ways, every single different person. Because we're coming from so many life circumstances. Um, and there are things that can be like trauma triggered. Um, like I come from like not the most awesome like background. So who knows how it would have been if that weren't the case, if I were raised in a fully healthy home, in a full like great awesome, I always had friends, and like was able to move through things fully supported at every turn, it might not have come up. I'll never know if that would be the case or not. Um, or whether I went through all that and then something happened poorly when I'm like 20 fucking 29, boom, that switch could flip.
Yeah. And I also just want to say, like, this is one of the reasons why I love having these conversations and being able to level with you and other people that have come on. Is like, I did not know any of this. I was completely clueless. I just knew you as someone who was big into like Nintendo consoles and stuff. So being able to get a glimpse into not only, your background and your motivations, but how your career path has kind of maintained with that driving goal of eventually working on kids media how that translates to your current job. Like it's for me, I find the whole endeavor really respectable because, like I said before, like family dynamics are weirder than they've ever been. Technology has made things so alienated. Parents don't want to be parents anymore. They want to let the iPad, they want to let the Xbox do the babysitting. And
Oh yeah.
I just think it's a really admirable endeavor. So I respect that a lot.
Thank you. Yeah. It's, such a pivotal part of me. And yeah, if I can help through conversation or I can help through making a kids show that's like, hey, crying's okay. Um, like that is, it's just absolutely wonderful. It's a wonderful feeling. And gosh, I think like whenever I was first going into school, for my degree, because I have a degree in like 2D animation is what I went for. Um, I was like, I would really love to like work on or make a game that like kind of explores the more psychological effects of like what this looks like and what this feels like. Um, like gosh, the best kind of like analogy I ever saw for like disassociation, and like not just fucking spacing out disassociation, which I feel
Yeah.
like people
Assume
think
it
is the
is.
same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just like a random fucking piece of art, probably on Tumblr, and it was like someone underwater looking at a staticky TV of the room they're in,
Hmm.
and like that's what that feels like. And if I could like make that an interactive experience along with all of the other contributing elements, that would be so so cool. I would love to like work on or like help develop a game with that. And I think maybe that's why I'm like so drawn to like psychological horror and in like whether it be like games or movies. It's not too many shows, which is a bummer, but I think that's probably why I'm like so drawn to it. Is being able to piece apart what you can and then the things that will never have any explanation.
Yeah, absolutely. There has to be a better way to go about it. And, it's a newer industry because we're trying to combat, technology's growth and everything else. So modern problems require modern solutions. And that's something that, it seems like you're super interested in finding. So,
For sure. It's like always so neat watching things develop and like tunnel vision, keeping my eyes on the positive stuff sometimes. Um, and I think that like ties a lot into my love of history. Um, is how things mesh together and grow.
yeah.
And like it's like an old fucking saying, but like um someone had to invent the pencil for there to be a pen or something like that. Um, Everyone is giving the next generation a step forward. So hopefully these iPad babies turn out for the best, like they're discovering skills.
Yeah.
Um, but watching how things grow is like so interesting. I mentioned like I fucking love learning about city planning. I don't know why, but like it is again a way that people develop together and how we can build a better place to be, like a physical place to be that can affect you mentally, and how that all builds. And then technology in the very same way of what can go right and how can we move from here.
Yeah. Trying to utilize it for good and also understanding that, like, it's an amazing tool. It just has to be utilized the right way. So
Yeah,
if we can utilize it in a way that's educational, that's informative, we can take that, because the stigma of negativity about algorithms and TikTok raising our kids and different things, like we can take that tool and utilize it for the better. We just have to figure out how to approach that problem, and
yeah,
it's not a simple problem. It's a very complex issue.
for sure. No, there's like, I feel like we've definitely like talked about it a good bit while we've been chatting, but um there's just there's such a balance between the good and evil, like as we're moving towards AI, the algorithms, um, and just all of the little tiny tools that are being created and used. It's just so many like we're we're cavemen stumbling in the dark with this stuff. I mean,
Yep.
I don't think a bunch of people think about it, but we didn't get movies, like we didn't get cameras until just over 100 years ago. This is, how long did it take people to figure out how to make a pulled cart after we figured out how to make a wheel?
Yeah.
Um,
And I mean, like, yeah, we're just cavemen with with pocket computers now. Like, yeah, we
yeah,
have we have the internet at our disposal. We've got cameras and we can text each other and communicate as much as we want. But people survey and claim that they feel more isolated and lonely than ever. So, what is the net positive of it, really?
yeah, and gosh, now I like really, I love talking about city planning, but I think like a big thing that it seems to be coming to the forefront of that conversation is the lack of third places.
Hmm.
Um, so especially in North America, we have a lack of third places, which is where people go um, to just spend time in a community. The closest we have right now is kind of coffee shops, but even then, people are, isolated to their MacBooks writing screenplays.
Yep.
But it's places that we don't have to pay to be. Um, Parks continue to feel less accessible, especially with how the like weather is changing with the entire world. But we continue to just sit on our phones, and this isn't to anyone's fault of our own. This is the way that things have just moved forward. Capitalist society really hitting it hard.
Really whipped us into
Um,
shape.
yeah. Um, so it's we don't have the time to really coordinate much of anything. I mean, in ways, I was really lucky to have the internet as a kid because I was able to connect with my friends through the internet, um, sit on TeamSpeak, then Skype, then Discord, um, and be able to have the opportunity for that connection. And, you know, sadly, only like one of those has turned into a like lifelong connection with she. Um, but you know, that also has to play into how the suburbs work, which is another huge reason why in North America we are feeling that isolation, is because we have all of these massive roads and houses, and due to segregation, because we were literally trying to keep people away from other people,
Yep.
um, and there's no option to get anywhere without a car. You're staying in a car, you're getting to work, you're doing your work, you get back isolated in your car, and then you get home. Um, and so there's no natural opportunity for people to interact.
Yeah, and plus, like, this kind of ties back to the parasocial conversation. People are living on Twitch and they're living in these social platforms where, you're having conversations all day, but it's from your home. You don't really truly understand the dynamic between you and this person that you're watching, their little corner camera all day. Um, so it's tough. Like, if you, like she said earlier, you only know what you know. If you grow up and you're raised by the internet and that dynamic is all that you know, that's kind of your upbringing, and it's tough to learn your way out of that until you go out
Yeah.
into the world.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier that like social skills were a little slow to develop for me. And still on the internet I have like a bit of a hard time. Um, but because a lot of how I interacted was very one-on-one, and then I was on, very 2012 Tumblr where everything you you could only fuck up.
Yeah.
Right? It's everything to be fear of, so I was afraid to interact with so much, and it was you only know what you know. And then, part of being a military kid, and when we moved to Louisiana for a while, um, because it was a small town, small community, everyone knew each other, and I was coming in as some random fucking kid. And like from the years of what would it have been, third grade to fifth grade, I didn't have like any friends, like none. So then my in-person social skills were incredibly stunted. And that just like all tied in together. Um, because again, there's natural place to interact. I lived in the middle of the fucking woods.
Yep.
Um, we had to drive to get home. If I wanted to walk home from school, it probably would have taken me like fucking 2 hours.
Yeah.
Um,
You can
Not the
when you
most
can get
accessible.
lost walking home from school, you know that you're isolated pretty hard.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna trip into a creek, get
Yeah.
attacked by a coyote. Not too much of a exaggeration. Uh, yeah, it's so it's it kind of gets upsetting when I look into it, and I had to like step back from it for a while. But big advocate for bike lanes. Um,
Yep.
now. Um, but I think that just ties so deeply into how far technology has come in a negative sense, which is a
Y-
bummer.
Yeah, we and public transit too is like if I could advocate for something and I had the ability to fund it, it would be public transit. Like we need an intricate like bullet train system the way that Japan has so that people don't have to have auto loans as this big wall
Yeah.
to keep them from a specific workplace. Remote work is increased. That's great.
Hmm.
But we need a way for people to not have that barrier and just say, yeah, I just need to go to work. So you hop on the train and it takes you, 10 miles and it's not that it's going to take you forever and you got to worry about car trouble and wear and tear and gas prices. But, that goes into a whole other conversation of where money's being allocated. And we all know
Oh
that
yeah.
where that leads.
Yeah, and like shit like that affects the environment so greatly.
Yeah.
And like with that on top of like all of the like different mining and allocation of resources for technology, and then also we've got like all of our exhaust like burning everything up. Um, yeah, can we just get a bullet train for real?
Seriously. Yeah. Can we just get one of those built, y'all? Like, come on now. This is
Can we
getting
just
ridiculous.
throw that bad boy in? I mean, like I am lucky to live in Denver where it does have some of the better transport public transportation. Like in North America, I think it's like in the top like 15 of like walkable cities.
Hmm.
Or something like that. But it's still not the most accessible. I use my car to get most places, especially in the winter. Um, and I love my car. She's my sweet baby. Almost, I've had her for so long now. Um, but it'd be nice to not use her as much because she is starting to fall apart.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the scary thing. It's like you never know if one day you try to get out and it's like 5 degrees, if your battery's just dead and you got to rely on like a AAA person to come out. And sometimes they don't even have availability. And
Yeah.
it's just a mess. Like we've got to come up with a better solution for that.
Oh yeah. One time I was driving to go skiing. I was borrowing my boyfriend at the time's car. Turns out his tires were bald. And it was like 6 in the morning. So I was like, I want to get there early. I want to have like a little breakfast. It'll be great. It's supposed to snow today. It'll be awesome. And I was going up a mountain. I was like, okay, well, this is awful and it's really scary and it's dark and snowing. That wasn't the best. Um, but I'm about halfway up, so it's either go down or go down. So I was like, let's
Yep.
get closer to the location, and I crashed into a snowbank. I then FaceTimed she and the what are they called? The tow truck driver couldn't get there for 3 hours. And so I'm
Yeah.
just like crashed into a snowbank, like, okay, I guess I have to keep the car on. Hope I don't run out of gas. People are like
Yeah.
slowing down and I'm like waving out the window.
Yeah.
Um, God, it's if you see the spot that like I crashed. It was so crazy. And like I'm in the tow truck finally, and he's like, "Yeah, you were about 500 feet from an area we call Five Cars." I'm like, "Oh, okay." He's like, "We call it Five Cars because once an avalanche came and threw 5 cars off of the pass." I'm like,
Wow.
"Awesome!
So I cheated death. Hell yeah.
Thanks for telling me. I'm not scared."
Well,
That was
I did want to
crazy.
ask, is there anything else? This is something that I really wanted to start doing, but is there anything else that you kind of wanted to promote? Because an idea I had is I know you have a Ko-Fi page where you take commissions, and we talked about supporting small artists, fuck AI, as she said very eloquently,
Yes.
and I 100% agree with. So you have a Ko-fi page. Would you like to go ahead and post it in the chat?
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna.
Yeah, and I
I'll
and
have to
I
like do it.
I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not somebody, I do also want to disclose that I am going to be working with her on some logos for the show, which are in the
I'm
works, which I'm excited
excited.
about. Yeah, so I'm supporting it, and when you guys see the work that's on that page and some of the emotes that she's made, I have a feeling you'll want to do it as well. So definitely
Yeah,
give that a look see. And
having the worst time trying to copy and paste this. It's awesome. Love
yeah,
the internet all the time.
it was trying to copy like the Twitch panel link for me, which was weird, but
Yeah, it was very similar trying to get that going. Here we go. But yeah, I do commissions on there. I'm like
oh,
working to add
Nightbot, you
more
are an
options.
asshole. Dude, it sniped your
No.
message. Here, I got you. I got you. There you go. Go for it.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm like working to add more options on there. I appreciate your understanding as like it's taken me a bit to like work on your logo. I've been hitting like some rough episodes for a hot minute. We've had some life changes that have really shaken my noggin up a bit.
Yeah, that's no problem at all. We've talked about that, and I'm somebody that's all about communication. So that doesn't matter to me at
Yeah.
all. I'm just excited that it's in the works, and I know that when it is done, I'm already super excited about the concept you showed me. So, you know, the time frame is not important. It's that it's in the works, and it's really awesome.
Nah, I'm happy I could like throw a like fun little spin on it. Like at first I was like nervous. I was like, I don't know, will I be able to like get something like original on here? I'm glad I kind of like figured something out. But I think that's something really fun. It's a fun challenge for me with emotes because I know there's like some classic, stuff like we've got like poggers and shit, but
Yeah,
I like being able to figure out what I can do to it. Like Woods leave emote, I
yeah,
love. I got such a fucking stupid face on it. It makes me so happy.
yeah. The
So I
people
did
leave
send him,
and people
yeah.
arrive variations. Yeah, they're awesome.
Oh God, I did send him a bunch of drafts for like so many different emotes, and I was like, "What do you think of this?" And he's like, "I don't know if that'll fit right." I'm like, "Yeah, you're right. Yeah, damn it."
Well, I also saw your title saying that you were vying for the stamp of approval, so I just want to put that to bed. You got it. Like I said, again, I not to reiterate or sound like a broken record, but I think it's really admirable what your career path is, and I think it's something that not a lot of people consider. It's something that when people see wrong and they see that something may be being utilized in an incorrect way or something could be more productive, I love when people take that and they problem solve and say, I can fix this or I can do something
Yeah.
about this, even if it's just small. Your contribution may start out small, but you never know, what that could snowball into at a later point.
Yeah, like, gosh, boy, did I not expect that making emotes would be so satisfying.
Yeah.
Can I just like knowing that it makes someone laugh is it just like it makes me feel better. I have this weird nervous thing where I'm like, oh, people are just using them to be nice, even if they don't know that I made someone else's emotes.
Yeah.
And then when I'm like lurking and I see like them being used in a chat, I'm like, they actually like it.
Yeah, Wood said, I hate that your art is stunted by the small nature of emotes. That's true, but I love on the flip side that it becomes part of a community's language in a way. Like everybody loves the same emotes and they love to use them frequently. So, it's a way to get more eyes on your work and also a
Yeah.
way that, you can use those emotes in any chat. So I love the way that the word of mouth can spread. Like
Yeah.
there's a fighting game streamer who has this just stupid emote of like a pigeon giving a confused look, and people will subscribe to him just to get the damn pigeon, and they don't even watch his stuff. So it's
Oh
crazy how that
yeah.
can work.
I think Tap Water, they initially subscribed to me just to use the feral emote,
Oh yeah,
which I think is one of my favorite things I've ever made. And like, now like I talk to Tap on the regular. And so it's like so neat to see how that grows. I'm gonna be adding like other options onto my page soon. Because I am like more of an illustrator kind of at heart. Um, like where I want to be in the field is like background art or like I mentioned like development
hmm
side. Um, so even weirder that things took the turn they did. Um, so I want to add like more options on there for that. 'Cause gosh, it's so fun.
Well, I just want to say I really appreciate you coming on tonight. I know
Yeah.
we've been going on this conversation for a little over 2 hours, but like I said, I appreciate you guys spending your time on here. But I guess my last question for you would be: are you streaming? Because we got a raid we got to
Am I
take care of.
streaming?
Are you going to continue
Oh,
streaming or?
I might hop off for the night. I did want to throw it out there.
Yep.
Okay, so if you're still fully awake, I know you always ask the paranormal question, and I have
Oh,
one that I think would be very fun. I love my paranormal
one,
stories.
yes, 100%. This was, yeah, it was a continuation of some other stories that we've already heard. Yeah, I wanted to ask that too. I completely skipped my mind. So please, floor is yours. Go ahead.
Yes. Um, so first things first. My family is we just regularly have like paranormal shit. Yeah, Stamp was too scared to ask.
Called
Um,
out.
um, so like my dad has a million stories and everything. Um, but I think where like some bigger stuff sits is when I was young, like I was like a toddler, my dad was stationed in Germany. And so we a lot of the like stations were old like military bases in those countries themselves that were then like, hey guys, you were like Nazis, so what if we just hang out here for a minute? Um, and so where we lived was actually old Nazi barracks. They straight up just scratched out the swastika on the front of the building. Um,
Nobody will
Super
notice.
great. Nobody will notice. It's totally fine. So that building was the worst. Again, I was just a toddler, but I remember very much like how it felt in there. So yeah, first memories, fucking Donkey Kong and ghosts. What
What a combo.
a combo. So like I would like go with my mom and she would go like do the laundry and the laundry room was in the basement. And I remember it was because it was on the way to where like dryers and washers are. The stairwell was very hot and like damp. And then there was a spot at the bottom of the stairs that was absolutely ice cold and then you'd be able to step right out of it. So like I remember that feeling like so much like ugh, like I like kind of like creep up whenever I think about it.
Yeah.
And it was a very similar thing in like there was a weird community space in the attic. And there was kind of like a little like playhouse thing in the attic as well, and it felt like a very oppressive energy was over top. There was like classic poltergeist activity of like cabinets slamming and everything. I know my mom had this story of she had gone to the laundry room once and she was waiting for the laundry to be done. And she was using the dryer at the front of the room. And it was one of those kind of like horseshoe shaped like laundry rooms where it's like washers down this side, dryers down this side, and then like a mix of the two on the back wall. She said they all started slamming shut on the way to her.
Yeah.
And she booked it out of the laundry room and could hear them like still slamming. Um, but the bigger one is, kind of the classic trope in horror movies where there's like a little kid and they make friends with a ghost.
Imaginary friend stuff. Yeah.
A bit of me, but I don't remember too much about it, but I'd always hear the stories. So there's the stories of like, yeah, you would always be playing with someone and it's not like an imaginary friend. There's very much like someone in the room.
Yeah.
I was telling this story to she and Wood like after watching The Conjuring.
Mhm.
So great timing for that in the fucking like 2 in the morning. Um, and so yeah, people would see me like playing with someone. One of the bigger things is like everyone would say it looked very much like me and she would grow with me. So it was like also a little girl. Um, and I was a very independent kid. Like when I was ready for bed, I was ready for bed. I would like take my ass over to my room, tuck myself in. I've got my blanket. We're good to go.
Yeah.
And so my dad had seen me do that one night, totally normal. And then he heard like footsteps in the kitchen, like bare feet in the kitchen. And he's like, "Oh, are you okay? Like, do you want some water?" And like so he sees like the back of like girl's head and body, and he like turns to do something, turns back, not there. And he goes to check on me, dead asleep in my like toddler bed.
Yeah.
Um, so not like the easiest to get in or out of. Like it takes some effort. There was no like that just happening. Um, but it wasn't only that. Like it followed us as well. So we had then been stationed in California, and we were in a two-story duplex. And if you were sitting in the living room, you could see the stairs went up this way, and then there was like a landing hallway. And so my sister's friends would always say like they saw someone like walking back and forth up there, but they knew I was like out in the backyard. Um, we would have like sleepovers and stuff, and I would always fall asleep first, and I hated it because I wanted to spend time with everyone. But I was like the little sister.
Yeah.
And then my sister would see, and her friends would see, um, like they would swear they would see me up and moving about, but I would be in my sister's room asleep with everyone else. So it would be people who would get up in the middle of the night. And so like crazy shit just all the time. And then one day we were visiting my nana's house, and my mom's like high school friend came over. And she sees me on the porch. And she's like, "Oh, Casey, how are you?" She had seen like the back of my head. Um, she turned to go look at something, looks back, nothing's there. No one in my life ever saw the ghost again. But then she started having very similar experiences with her youngest kid, who was about the same age whenever I started getting followed.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know, so fun.
Yeah. So based on that, do you subscribe to the idea of like, so there's the concept of like a strong negative energy that attaches itself to a place. And there's kind of they talk about residual hauntings and things happening over and over. Do you think that that's maybe a part of that is like the negative residual energy there, and how do you feel about, how things can follow you to different houses? Does it seem like it's attached to a person more than a place sometimes?
For sure. I definitely I like full bullied spirits, as I just fucking spieled my little haunted child ghost story. Um, but for it to start out like at somewhere that just not the best origins, definitely never had like a malicious energy. Like I definitely remember like feeling that around, but I again like don't remember like seeing her at all.
Hmm.
Um, but like it wasn't any malicious energy, so I'm happy that didn't follow us around. But she mentioned on the episode she was on, the house that she moved into with me, that shit was fucked up. I
Yeah.
always hated that house because it was the house I grew up in Texas. Um, it just bad vibes from the start. I hated when we moved in there. Yeah, haunted 100%. And yeah, there was the bees,
The
the
bee
noises.
corpses. Yeah.
Yeah, the bee corpses. Um, I guess my sister didn't know about the bee thing. I was talking to her about it earlier. She's like, "What the fuck? That makes sense." And so like I definitely think places can have like bad energy attached, um, and that could then like latch onto people. So, like Nazi barracks and poltergeist activity, not a big surprise.
Yeah.
Um,
Lots of intense things happening there, to say the least.
yeah. Um, so like just that super cool. And then, it definitely like did have a different energy when we moved into the house. Um, and I think that followed like my mom then from there as this like bad energy. She definitely
Hmm.
like had her own like fucked up shit. Um, but like I don't doubt that there was like something else attached there. And like from what I hear from like my dad and from like other people's experiences, or like kind of what my sister has felt like followed her around, um and just like other people in my life, um I definitely think things can attach, especially if you're in a vulnerable place.
Yeah.
um and there's the whole thing of, there's a lot of like ghost and haunting and like stories along those lines. A lot of them pop up when a girl hits puberty, which I think is like very crazy. Like if you look into the like famous hauntings, like there's like Haunting in Connecticut, the real story it's based off of,
Hmm.
like the real story The Conjuring's based off of.
Amityville Horror.
Uh, yeah, Amityville Horror. Like it's all these like girls going through puberty, and then suddenly the shit starts to follow them.
Yeah.
Um, it's so crazy. Energy's real.
Yeah, I mean, I had this substitute teacher in high school that would do like palm readings and stuff, and she kind of did like medium stuff on the side. And she said that a good strategy if you're moving into a new place is to bring a cat with you, because she was
Mm.
convinced that cats can see things like that humans can't. And we've seen
Yeah,
like there's videos of like dogs and cats just fixated on like a corner of your house, and they're just obviously upset on edge about something. And it's like, I know there's no way for us to see their, I mean, I'm sure we could probably see like their brain activity, but we obviously can't see what they're seeing. But it almost
yeah.
begs the question of like, what are they able to see that we can't?
Yeah, it's like the kind of theory that colors can show up to everyone different. Like
Mm,
what may look what my version of green is may actually look like your version of purple, which I know
right.
you're colorblind actually, so that's a whole different
Yeah,
thing.
that'd be a whole
Um
scramble of words if I went into that conversation. So I'll avoid that part. But
yeah.
yeah.
So I mean, who's to say that that kind of isn't the same elsewhere? I don't know. There's so many things. Yeah. There's so many different avenues of the brain that aren't understood. I mean, I mentioned earlier they have no clue why exactly fucking seizure medications work for bipolar disorder. They're like, I don't know, it just seems to work, so that's fine. Um,
Yeah, like why are we
and
limited to 10% of our total brain power? That's something else that's crazy. It's like, why is it an evolutionary thing, or like why are we so limited in our cognitive functions if there's
yeah,
90% potential still available?
yeah, and like a lot of that is like other spots in the brain like kicking in like into order that like pretty much just like totals up to like 10%. But like what would fucking happen if more than 10% were like active at the same time? Um,
Yeah.
and I don't know, Hello Matt, he was telling us a story about you know, he was like living in his grandma's house while she was doing something I don't remember fully, or it was a whole thing. And his dog refused to enter a room, like pull on the
Yeah.
leash, not move type of thing. So like she was making pottery. I don't doubt that, they can at least like feel a presence. And like I kind of believe that cats can ward it off,
Hmm.
It's like a little bit of that. But I mean, like I love looking into that shit. Like I have tarot cards, love to do like readings and everything. And I think even if you don't believe it, like that is kind of like a good dowsing rod for the energy. If anything, it's good for any form of self-reflection.
Yeah. That, speaking of that, I just have a really small aside. This girl in 8th grade that she was like big into like witchcraft, and she was goth and everything. And I was like obsessed with her. And she one day was like, "Hey, let me do a reading." And I was like, "Oh, this nonsense." So I was like, "All right, do a reading." And I swear to every fucking thing was like incredibly accurate. And it was like, there's no way she could know these things. I mean, they were so specific scenarios she was bringing up. She's like, "Oh, there must have been a time in your life where you were on a boat and you had a kind of traumatic experience." And I was like, "What the fuck? I almost fell off like a pontoon when I was 3. How do you
Yeah.
know this?" You know?
One time, okay, so I have a friend, she's very goth. She had like a going away party, so we threw it in the most most very goth fashion we could. So I had like a whole like table set up with like cards to give readings to everyone. And I made someone bawl their eyes out. It was very like surprising. Of course,
Yeah.
you don't expect that you're gonna hit like every nail on the head type of deal. But like it was something like, oh, is there someone in your life that you had like a tumultuous relationship? Did they leave your life? Maybe die? She was like, my
Yeah.
dad just died. Oh my God. And then like the one of the cards had like a hawk on him. Like I don't know why, but I'm feeling like drawn to this like energy here. It just a hawk have like any significance in that relationship? She's like, yeah, whenever we were looking through his house and like doing like the reading of the will, like we were all there. I had stepped outside for a breather and like a hawk was circling overhead. And it felt like a sign to like let things go. And I'm like, yeah, that is exactly what this card is about, is to like let it go. Um, and like it was so crazy. There were like some other things that really lined up. And I think it like definitely adds power if you like believe in that sort of stuff. And she very much did. And yeah, to be in the middle of like a going away party, it's kind of near the end, everyone's getting a little hammered and
Yeah.
like
A little emotional,
the
a little drunk.
well, she was very sober like out of that whole thing, and to have that person crying and everyone's just kind of like going outside,
Yeah.
um like, oh wow, what just happened?
Yeah, John said he thinks that babies have that ability to see things that, like cats and dogs. And like you were saying, maybe that's why so much of this comes from younger kids. And also like when you're going through puberty, sort of that 11 to 13 age range of like, is it something developmentally that happens? We don't really know, but it's like there's a lot of things we don't know, admittedly. Like
Yeah,
we can use science and we can use religion to try to explain things that we don't understand, but um, you know, really all we have at the end of the day is our own experiences to share and how those things impacted us.
yeah, like I won't dive like a whole bunch into it, but if I don't know if you've heard of like, I think it's called like feral girl syndrome or something like that, but it's like seen like time and time again that for pretty much every girl when they hit like the age of 12, they turn into, or like there's the feral girl syndrome where they get like very connected to nature, feel very like wild, out of control. And it's a very common experience enough to where there have been like studies into it, and I think it's like super interesting to look into. um and I think it like very much ties into that sort of thing, the
Yeah.
like,
And the majority of like
yeah,
mediums or psychics also being women. Like maybe it's just I don't want to make any stupid claims, but maybe it's something just in the difference, the way that people's brains develop and the way that, like you were saying, that syndrome, and maybe it's just a difference in the way that women's makeup is, that they're more in tune with certain energies and otherwise.
yeah, like there's the discussion of like masculine and feminine energies and like
Yeah.
divine energy and stuff, and like vortexes and what are they, like the ley lines and everything. Like
Hmm.
there are areas where it's like the energy is like genuinely different. It's like kind of like the like rocks and gems conversation of, I mean, we use different types of rocks to make a fucking cell phone work.
Yeah.
Um
Cobalt or whatever for the batteries. Yeah.
yeah, there can be some merit in, like Reiki sessions. Or no, I don't know how Reiki sessions are. I don't know if that's the rocks one. I'm not like down and on rocks. I definitely have some on my windowsill. I'm a little
Yeah.
crunchy as far as things go. Um, but like, who's to say like that isn't perhaps something? And I don't know if I fully believe in it, but better safe than sorry.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I think it's either one or the other. People are either super skeptical, they call it all stupid pseudoscience, or some people they want to believe it, but they haven't really seen anything that's not just anecdotal evidence. But some people, their conviction is super strong, and I talk to them and I see it in their face that they believe 100% they've had these experiences. And when you've talked to enough people, because good God, I've basically been in communications my whole career, you can tell when someone's bullshitting you and when someone's being honest. Their intonation is different, their inflection is different. They are not struggling to find the words to tell you in a story. They're recalling it easily from memory. And
Yeah.
when you hear somebody telling a story and it's full of uhs and ums and likes, it's like, well, okay, do you really remember this or are you just making shit
Yeah.
up? But when someone just spits it to you, it's like, okay, I can believe
Yeah.
this because there's no recollection going on. It's just, this is what happened. It was crazy.
Yeah. No, I love love that shit so much. It's just fun.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think when they spit fire, true. But I was thinking, like, kind of going into that, and we had talked before about a little bit of like conspiracy stuff with like AIs and deep fakes. Uh, I know you were in the chat during this, but what did you think about the Gypsy Rose one? Did that one actually surprise you, or did you think that it's just false
Uh,
bullshit?
Oh gosh, I think it was like bouncing between tasks during this because I know there's like the thing where her husband looks like her mom quite a
Eerily,
lot.
yeah, eerily
Yeah,
like her
like
mom, like same weight,
very
facial
weird.
structure, nose shape, everything.
Yeah, no, when I saw the photos, I was like, oh, fucking Christ.
Yeah.
Um, but I don't remember fully what the conspiracy behind that was.
So the idea is just like that was their sort of way out to all the scamming that they were doing with like the charity organizations. And basically it
Oh.
was like, okay, she's going to go to jail for what was
Hmm.
it, 7, 8 years. And she'll be like 32 when she gets out. But she was basically taking the fall for all the fraud that they had committed. And the
Yeah,
mom is now going under a new identity, but they're both still
as the
at large
husband.
in a way, you know?
Um, oof. I don't know, because that would require like a lot of coordination with the police too, because there was a body,
Yeah.
like so they'd have to have someone on their side, but they very clearly scammed a lot of people, and I think when that stuff comes out, who do you have left on your side to help you out with that?
That's a good point. And plus, it's like, dude, government, the fucking post office can't figure out how to operate on a day to day basis. So how are like all these different the jail system and
Yeah.
the like government and the FBI? How are all these different orgs going to communicate in a way that's actually going to be able to do this?
Yeah, and on one hand, I do kind of believe some of the like higher up political conspiracies.
Yeah,
I mean like with the Epstein Island shit, that definitely gives some of those things like a bit more merit. And I mean like, oh gosh, I did like a whole like research paper on MK Ultra and I was like, holy shit, like I'm reading this just off of the CIA website, like public domain
yeah,
things.
yeah.
Uh
MK Ultra is firmly in the this fucking happened. There is no denying the fact type. It's not even
yeah,
a conspiracy.
not even. And like, well, there's like even sections that tie to like conspiracies or like tie to things today that it's like this is not a conspiracy, but because of like how things are portrayed in the general zeitgeist, like people still think like no, that's not true. It's like no, they did like this one is an MK Ultra, but like they did like push crack into black communities like
Mm-hmm.
with specific reason.
Yeah, and oh, dude, one thing that really pisses me off about today is fact checking websites. Where here, just as a perfect example, there was an accusation of Wayfair.com doing human trafficking posts because
Yeah.
they had like these cabinets that you could find for $200, and then there was another model that said like Yazira, which was the name of a missing girl, and that's like a very specific name. It was like Yazira in the same model of cabinet for $10,000. And in
Yeah.
order to add it to your cart, you had to enter a special code that nobody seemingly had. It's like,
Hmm.
what the fuck? And there was like a sting operation where they had caught people wearing bootleg Wayfair shirts and posing as Wayfair employees in a human trafficking sting. Snopes, the fact checking website, ran a story where they said, we have pondered it and we've determined that this theory is ridiculous. That was all their evidence. They had no real
Pondered it.
evidence, but they pondered it. They know.
Yeah, like I think it's good to have like some fact-checking websites, but they don't post like all of the sources they're referencing. They have like some and sometimes none. Um, but I the like Wayfair one is like difficult for me to get behind because it's a lot of it was, I'm sure things got a little like messy in the middle with I don't know, people adding things on, but there was the whole part with like the serial numbers on different things.
Yeah.
And like those getting tied to like something in Russia and like stuff like that was a bit too far. I wasn't aware of um the people like faking to be like Wayfair employees. I wasn't aware of that one, but I never know how to feel about Wayfair as a website. In general, I don't know where they get their listings from.
Well, I'll just put it right out there. They need to stop with these complicated ass instructions. Look, I just want a nightstand. I don't need to be sitting here like trying to do college level trigonometry to figure out how to put a damn nightstand together. So I've had it
Oh
with this
yeah.
website.
I love my desk. It's great. It's awesome. Super cute. It holds all the stuff I need. It's not ginormous. But yeah, putting this thing together, I definitely just through the light power of the drill just went straight through particle board. I'm like, awesome. Glad I paid like $350 for this.
Fucking
Real big fan.
IKEA is like that too. You're trying to build a bed frame and you need like an actual engineering degree.
I will say they've really figured out the Kallax because I've had this thing for like at least 5 years. Um, Although this bed fucking sucks, but I did buy it for $30 secondhand and then try to paint it orange and almost gassed myself out of my apartment because I was like, spray painting seems like the right way to go.
With no mask.
I had a mask,
Oh,
I
okay.
had gloves, I like tarped up a room with a window.
With a singular window. Yeah.
A singular window.
Yeah, I was also gonna say like that's where we were talking about finding the right information as a full-time job because for all I know,
Yeah.
I don't work for Wayfair. I don't have anything to do with these listings. If people find something that's catching fire and it's trending, if Wayfair is
Yeah.
trending and I'm a conspiracy YouTube channel, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna definitive evidence that Wayfair is doing this or doing that based on what? Tweets, screenshots that
Yeah.
could be just as easily faked. Like, the algorithm fuels bullshit in a lot of ways.
Yeah. And even the Reddit sleuths have at times like gone after like the wrong people. Like, I don't know, like a few years ago, My Favorite Murder got like a lot of flack for trying to come off as like kind of well researched, like this is the like what's going on, and most of the time they fully admitted to just reading off of Wikipedia, and then giving their opinion and presenting it as an informed decision,
Yeah.
and then suddenly all of these people that may have not done anything wrong are getting doxxed.
Yeah. Well, that's like H Bomber guy made a great video about plagiarism earlier this year. It's like a 4 hour long video, but he talked about content mills, which is exactly what you described. It's like Illuminati and a few of these different channels that they'll grab like a Wikipedia article and they'll basically have either an AI read it as a YouTube short, or they'll do like movie summations, like movie summaries that they get off Wikipedia. And it's like, you won't
Yeah.
believe what happens at the end of this movie. Stay tuned for the end because, that's the trick to get you to stick and watch through the whole YouTube short.
Yeah.
But with the content mill stuff, they will just straight up copy hours and hours and hours of footage of other documentaries that have actually put in the
Yeah.
legwork to compile this info. And then they just release 4 videos a week with where they've sold brand
Yeah.
deals. And it's just crazy how it's getting regurgitated.
And like it becomes like a game of telephone. Like someone says the verbiage in the wrong way, or perhaps the way that this was written may have come across with this tone. Um, then it gets portrayed in that next piece of media the way that person interpreted it, and on it goes.
Yeah. And it just changes the minute details, the minutia of it changes every single time it's
Yeah.
reiterated to somebody else. So by the time you hear it, it could be such a distortion of what actually happened that you don't even have the proper context to be making claims anymore.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's part of why I've reeled back on social media, I don't think I've had any social media for about 2 years. Closest I have is Twitch and Discord, if you
Yeah.
count it. And then like my Ko-fi page, but you can make posts on there, and I don't. It's just like I can't let myself get caught up in like looking at all of that, and then I love researching. It's so interesting to me, and sometimes I do it unintentionally, like when stuff like that comes up, and I'm like, well, I have to know the answer.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I joke that I play a lot of management games because I have control issues. It's mostly true. Um, but like, that is kind of like part of it is like, I have to like see this through. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm like, let me just watch, I don't know, like a video essay on why the Netherlands has really important fucking brains. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, and the video essay community is wild too, because like on one hand
Mhm.
you'll see like, oh, this NBA team story is crazy, and then the very next thing it's like Dale Earnhardt and NASCAR, and it's like,
Yeah.
hell yeah, brother. And then it could be about literally anything. Video essays
Oh
have
yeah.
no niche, they've got no genre, they are about everything, and they're all like
Oh
hours
yeah.
long.
I mean, I mentioned I watch a fucking Ukrainian like fashion historian who is
Yeah.
Ukrainian. Like, why do I do that? I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, like I think that's the beauty of YouTube, but at the same time it's like you were talking about Discords as a social media. I almost think of Discord more of like a private forum, especially where they offer
Yeah.
free servers. Like my Discord is basically it's a community of like 85-ish people, but we're just talking about the same shit day in and day out most of the time. And that's
Yeah.
something that if it were broadcast public in like a Twitter space or something, it would just
Oh
be
God.
yeah, it would just be a nonsense explosion. So I respect that you're off of social media, and I've also not been posting on Facebook or Twitter for a
Yeah.
very long time because it is just a negative whirlpool that as soon as you
Yeah.
post something, if you post an opinion even about a fucking video game that somebody doesn't agree with, and all of a sudden you're just engaged in this back and forth of like personal insults over the dumbest shit.
Oh yeah, and like had my friends have been trying to get me to get TikTok since it just started being a thing. And I'm like, I can't do that. I have to go to sleep. And
Yeah.
I would not be able to stop because on top of the fucking bipolar, I've got ADD, got diagnosed in the second grade. So like that thing's right on in there. And like I would just go. I know I would because YouTube Shorts gets me still.
Yeah, one of my friends on Twitch, Dr. Red, he's got a friend named Crazy Killer who's like 13, 14 years old, and he does that. Like, he will just scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll on TikTok forever because that's how it's designed. It's designed
Yeah.
to keep serving you things that it thinks that you want to see, and you just
Yeah.
scroll. And before you know it, you're like, holy shit, I've been scrolling for like 2 hours. Like, I need to get off my bed and do something. So,
Oh
I,
yeah, I mean like harkens back to the cavemen stumbling through the dark with a
yep.
cell phone.
Yeah, it's like a moth to a flame. We have a shiny computer in our pocket that serves us
Hmm.
stimulating video content whenever we want it. And that's why people are having such a hard time sleeping because it's like, everybody when they lay down instead of a book nowadays, got your phone. You're just kind of scrolling casually and before you know it, you got this fucking blue light all in your eyes, making it
Hmm.
hard for you to sleep and like yeah, of course so many people have sleeping problems. We're overstimulated.
Yeah, I try to keep it as a rule, and I've been really good about it, like at times. Um, but like no phone in bed at all. Like don't do it. Like people underestimate how much your brain like associates things. Like my desk, like my room is very small, but it's very intentionally like a separate lane from my bed.
Mhm.
Like doing at least what I can. When I can have office space, that is ideal. But like can't use your phone in bed because then your brain associates it with like I'm looking to get like entertainment. I'm like my winding down isn't actually winding down. Um and God, I need to get back on the train of being really good at that. Good God. I have like a habit tracker with like little rewards
Yeah.
and I made it 2 months without using my phone in bed, both at night and the morning. So I was allowed to buy myself tickets to see the Yeah Yeah Yeahs while they were in Denver.
Yeah,
So,
that's funny. John was talking about their reunion show where he saw some celebrities there too last week. So that's awesome.
oh man, they were playing at Red Rocks, which like if you don't know about it, it's like a natural amphitheater, so it's one of those places where it like is known to have like a very strong energy. And so like you're standing there in the middle of just like a big fucking just in the middle of some fucking rocks, natural amphitheater. Like all they did was put a stage in there, and
Yeah.
everything's like echoing. It feels like very magical. But like the Yeah Yeah Yeahs have been like my favorite band forever, and I thought I'd never get a chance to see them. So when they came out with their most recent album, and they were like in concert, like, yeah, it's been 15 years. I don't know.
We back. Let's go. Yeah,
Yeah.
not to get into a big nerdy conversation, but that's so true. A lot of people are like, why, I'm hearing the same songs with sometimes the same instruments. Why
Yeah.
live does it feel so different? And it comes down to like
Yeah.
you already hinted at it, but it's the acoustic resonance of the building that you're in. Some buildings
Yeah.
project and you feel that pressure in the air from the bass and a lot of different things. And they know, like people who rent these venues out for musicians. They know which venues have that type of energy to them. The
Yeah.
acoustics. There's a cool venue in Kentucky as well called Expo 5, where it's basically an
Mm.
air hangar that's no longer being used
Oh,
for,
neato.
and they just filled it with like this insulation material, and now there's a stage in there. So it's just
Oh
fucking
man.
awesome.
Dude, like going to Red Rocks, I've only seen like a few shows there, but I mean, there's a reason there's always fucking jam bands there. Like
Yeah,
fucking Grateful Dead and Fish and Lotus are like always there. But like I would even suggest like if you've got an artist that's gonna play there, like take a trip to go see them because like it like really is like a cool like special experience like to feel like be in like that concert energy, which is like its own thing, like its whole own thing. You're seeing the person you just love to see up on the stage, and then just like tucked into nature is like really neat. Yeah.
yeah, I think that too. But it's like, I think a lot of people in America are a little bit jaded because they see bands all the time. But that's why, one of my favorite bands is Alisana, and they always talk about how going to Mexico and South America is their favorite because those bands only
Mm,
see them once every few years, or those
yeah.
places. So when they're there, those crowds go fucking wild, and they oversell all their venues. So it's like the craziest energy and pits and everything. And in
Oh
America, you
yeah.
see a bunch of people with their arms folded because it's like, yeah, I've seen these guys 3 times because they were on an East Coast
Oh
leg, and
God.
yeah,
Oh, the concerts I still feel like are like special experience to me. I talked about like isolated suburbs. And so like I didn't have like a bunch of chances to go see them, which was actually something I was like pretty self-conscious about that I was like when I moved out here and was meeting like a lot of new people, like being in college and everything, I was like, "Oh, I don't have like as many like life experiences as these people do. I've got like
yeah,
sitting in my living room ripping a fucking bong at 19.
yeah.
So like so do they and then more. God, I don't know what's happening with my camera. But so like it still feels like very special and magical to me. It's like I didn't go to my first concert until I was maybe 22.
Yeah.
Um it's they're always just so fun and still feel magical. I try to keep like my phone in my pocket. Like I'll take like a couple of pictures and everything. Um, God, I saw Purity Ring. Best like visuals of a show. It was great.
And guys,
Um,
please wear earplugs for the love of God. Like, don't let your love of concerts damage your hearing. I mean, seriously,
I mean, I
guilty.
need to. I
I
need to.
I've
I
been
feel
guilty
guilty.
too. Yeah, I've been guilty too. And what I always like to do is I would go to shows where they would try to do the wall of death and shit. So when I took
Mm.
Bridget to her first show, my girlfriend, when I took her to her first show, we stood stage right in front of like the bass monitor. So it was fucking just
Oh
obliterating us the
yeah.
whole time. And I was like, yeah, this is why we wore earplugs, because you would probably have permanent hearing loss if we didn't.
Yeah, anytime I go to a show that's like GA only, God, I have a buddy like she gets like a lot of free tickets, or she did because of where she worked. It's called Illegal Pete's. They do a lot of catering for like
Mm.
bands and stuff whenever they're in town, and so you can apply to get like free tickets. Um, And because she had been to so many, she like also got like pretty used to the groove, and we would always end up just kind of like drifting over to the side next to the bass. I'm like, "Mm, can we like get in the floor?"
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, fucking eardrums out.
Yeah.
None.
It's no wonder that the bands, especially, like there are bands that are crazy enough that they don't wear in-ear monitors. Like Dave Grohl is famous for not doing that because he's like, I want to be in the moment and the in-ears isolate me. But it's like he's what, 52, 53, and he can't hear shit. Like he's like,
Oh
when I
my
sit in a
God.
restaurant, I just hear warbling like Charlie Brown or some shit.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. And like there's already so many people like fucking that were like when I was like 17, like people I knew who like already had developed tinnitus because like that's when like Beats blew up.
Yeah. The
And they're
bass
like, yeah,
cannons.
noise canceling, yeah, and they were on that shit at like full volume. And it's like, hey, we can still hear what you're listening to. But then like, oh, lo and behold, like a year or two later, they've got major tinnitus.
Yeah, please, if there's a PSA, as someone who's very into audio, please take care of your hearing, you guys. Like, it's so easy to lose it and you never, ever get it back. If you get that strong ringing in your ear when you've been listening to something at a loud volume, that's literally a fucking receptor in your ear dying that will never come back. It'll never
Oh,
reheal. So when you get that high pitched ringing, that's why when you get into like your 40s and 50s, a lot of the high frequencies are dead because that's the ones that go first. So if there's any message, if there's any takeaway, please take care of your ears because music is too great to give up when you're not old enough to be losing your hearing like that. Too
oh
late.
God, the death cry. Oh
It is,
gosh,
seriously.
no.
It is.
I, luckily I've always had shitty headphones, so saved myself.
Yeah, and they say like, safe listening levels are fairly loud still, but of course if you're
Mm.
going to like a concert, honestly, the damage doesn't come from the band, it comes from the fucking screaming. If you're in the pit and they announce a song that the crowd's hype about and they scream, dude, you're like, my eardrums will rupture if that happens again. That was what happened to me, and that's what made me want to start wearing plugs when I went.
Oh yeah, I'm like trying to go out with like coworkers and like really like be like yes, strong friends. And so it's like a lot of like going to clubs and stuff. And yeah, it's a lot of like yelling in each other's ears of
Yeah.
like, "No, we should go take more shots."
Yeah.
What? Like
Yeah.
just back and
The
forth.
screeching directly into someone's ear hole turns out is not good for your hearing. So
Oh yeah.
PSA, please don't.
Oh gosh.
Shady
Oh
headphones
Lord.
can still break your ears. Oh yeah, absolutely. But
Just don't think about it.
yeah, it's just about like keep the listening level safe, and like in ears are actually worse for your ears because they can stretch out your inner ear canal. And so it actually opens you up to like more infections and can damage your hearing over time. So if you can avoid those in ears with like the silicone ear tips. I know AirPods Pros are super popular, but maybe you want to go with just like the normal AirPods that just kind of comfortably sit outside your ear and don't, you know, metaphorically fuck your ear canal.
I
Sorry.
mean, now I feel lucky. I can't wear most like in-ears because I have really, really small ear canals. Like
Yeah.
even like getting the ones with the like replaceable tips. I even used to wear them without the tips for a while because that was the only ones I could fit in my ears.
Hmm.
So now I feel lucky because I don't wear
Yeah.
headphones a whole bunch. So protecting myself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Wood. I just remembered, like, yeah, you wear in ears all the time. But to be fair, it's better to have the ones that hook above your ear. Sorry, I'm just like ranting about nerdy audio shit,
No,
but
I love learning about this stuff.
it's better to have the ones that hook around the top of your ear because then the cord is not pulling, because when it pulls on your ear canal, it actually expands it outward a little bit toward the bottom.
Mm.
So if you wear those for years and years, you're like, damn, your ear hole size, it doesn't double, but it definitely forces it to expand out. And it's like, there's a reason we don't wear things that are supposed to be inserted into our ears 24/7. So
No, I love over ears. I feel like they sound better directionally, anyways.
yeah. Yeah, because in ears they don't have the advantage of, a lot of times headphone companies tune it to like this area of your inner ear called like the concha bowl, this cartilage
Mm.
here, and they
Yeah.
don't have that when they're just blasting shit right into your eardrum. So they have to tune
Yeah.
them totally different and all kinds of other stuff too.
Nah. But that's Oh, I love learning about shit like that. Honestly, I love hearing people talk about anything they're passionate about. You could be telling me about, as I mentioned earlier, loam,
Yeah.
just different types of dirt. And if you're jazzed about it, like, yeah, tell me about how the sediment affects that for sure.
Yeah, and like you were with city planning and also just art and animation. Like I didn't I that's why I love to just kind of be quiet and let people talk, because like I feel like that's when you get the most honest answers, is when you're not trying to steer the conversation in any way. You're just kind of letting someone riff about what they're passionate about. And that's one of the things that I enjoy the most about these conversations, is getting to learn about somebody that otherwise, we would have just been talking, say, in each other's chats about whatever fucking video game was on the screen. And
Yeah.
these are really unique and enjoyable conversations for me to have. So I definitely love that format.
Oh, I love it. I love listening to like podcasts that are mostly just like interviews like about different like topics with different people. I just love it. I for a while again it was like quarantine, big ideas on like what can I do were popping around, but like I was thinking about doing a podcast with just about like history and having people on to talk about like I don't know their favorite like moments in history that they're really passionate about and like learning about because I just wanted to hear that information.
Yeah, and I think that's why people are gravitating toward longer form content, conversational content like this, is because it can't be replicated by AI. It's I when I sent you the run of show, I was like, chat steers things in a more organic direction, and that's kind of like, I'm sure a lot of the stuff we talked about, you may not have expected that we were going to talk about, but that's the beauty of, once we jump on a call, you never know where the conversation's going to go, but it's one of those things that is not easily replicated, and it's also something that you can engage and relate to the conversation at the same time.
For sure. No, it's just and then you get the opportunity to find different people that also find those like different connections that they enjoy, find those like smaller things of like, oh my God, yes, me too. Or the just, oh, I never knew that, would love to like know more. You get those different like little pieces to connect with new people.
Dapper said I could talk about bees for fucking ever. Well, like I said, I think we've covered basically all the bases at
Oh
this
yeah.
point. Is there anything else you kind of wanted to mention before we wrap things up here?
I don't think so. It's been awesome, like being able to chat with you. I've been like so excited, like since you asked. And I was like, oh my gosh, I gotta find time to like fit this in. So I'm glad that was able to like that you were able to start a little later. Thank you for doing that because I
Yeah.
was so excited to like be invited.
Yeah, well, I mean, the content is only as good as the guests' respect and involvement in it. So that's something that I've really got to give all you guys credit for. Is like everyone who's come on has been very respectful. They've taken it seriously and have just been really engaging. And I've learned a ton about you guys, and it's just been extremely enjoyable. So I really hope that we can have Wood on soon.
Yeah.
But with that being said, I just want to say I really appreciate you taking the time. Your Wednesday night pretty much got absorbed by me, and I do apologize for that, but I'm really glad we were able to have this conversation. Guys, please refer to the pinned message. Drop her a follow on Twitch. She plays fucking awesome games. Lots of energy, very charismatic over there. And yeah,
Oh yeah, thanks for having me on. And thanks for fucking staying up extra damn late for you.
hey,
Oh my God.
this is my life. At 2:30 a.m. is like the beginning of the night for me. I did night shift for 5 years, so this is totally my alleyway.
Yeah, no, I definitely feel that. I told you it's been a lot of 4:30 lately.
Yep.
Um,
All right. Awesome. Well, like I said, guys, drop her a follow. Check out her Ko-Fi page for some awesome commissions. You'll be really impressed with the emotes you see there. Wood just posted one. John just posted it, the feral emote. So awesome animated emotes. Come on, come all. Check out her page. So I'll talk to you later. And yeah, I'll hit you up in the Discord here in just a little bit. But I appreciate you coming on, and have a great rest of your night.
Hell yeah, you too.
All right. See ya.
Bye.
All right. Oh shit, I went to the wrong scene. Professional podcast producer, by the way. Yeah, that was extremely enjoyable. I cannot believe we talked for over 3 hours. That was surprising to me. And how did my dumbass almost end that conversation without getting into the paranormal talk? That was that's one of the most enjoyable parts of every conversation that we have. So I just want to say this is by far the most exciting, like, content related endeavor that I've done in all of my time streaming, is having people on and having these really awesome conversations. So, she was our first guest, Blockbuster John, Gummy Lotion, all of you guys have really turned this into something that I could have never anticipated when I started the show. It's taken on a life of its own, and I think the momentum is to a point where I'm just really loving it. I can't, like, it's just exploding out of me right now how much fun I'm having. And I mean, the fact that I didn't even sneeze or think whatsoever about staying up until 2:30 to do this, dude, I'd stay up until 4:30 to do this. So yeah, really appreciate it. And she is fucking awesome. She as in SHI and she as in Gummy Lotion. They're both fucking awesome. Check out their streams. But yeah, with that being said, I hope everybody enjoyed episode 8, and we'll be back next Wednesday, potentially with a guest, but if not, that's a-okay. I can do a solo episode again as well. Because God knows I've got 1,000,001 topics after having these kind of, recharging conversations with everybody. So, we'll see you all soon, and, I will talk to you guys later in the next episode. Yeah, it's like the fucking next time on Guiding Light. I'm gonna cut that out. But yeah, I'm going to disappear into a cloud of Silent Hill fog, and I will talk to you guys later.